Good evening, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. Welcome, everyone, to the January 27th meeting of the Garden Grove City Council. Madam Clerk, if you could call roll, please.
Councilmember Tran.
Here.
Councilmember Dovin.
Present.
Councilmember Muñetón.
Here.
Councilmember Aristegui.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Brightigam.
Here.
Mayor Klopfenstein.
Here.
And Councilmember Nguyen is absent.
All right, with that, we will move into our invocation and Pledge of Allegiance. Our invocation this evening will be led by Matt West, our Assistant City Manager. And if I could have our Mayor Pro Tem, George Brightingham, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Please prepare yourself according to your faith. Dear Lord, as we gather this evening, may our discussions be guided by respect and a shared commitment to the common good. May we be inspired by a vision of a safe, welcoming, and thriving city where every voice is heard and valued. And Lord, we ask your continued blessing upon those in need and your protection over all who serve, protect, and safeguard our community every day. We ask this in your name, amen.
Please remove your caps, face the flag, hand over heart, begin. Yeah. Should have had Marie come up and do the invocation.
We have a series of presentations this evening, but before we head into that, we need to move to the Housing Authority. And I will turn that over to Chair Brightingham.
Oh, thank you. We will call the meeting to order. Can we get a roll call?
Commissioner Aristegui.
Here.
Commissioner Beckles. Here. Commissioner Klopfenstein.
Here.
Commissioner Muñetón.
Here.
Commissioner Nguyen. Tan Nguyen.
Here.
Commissioner Tran.
Here.
Vice Chair Dovin.
Present.
And Chair Brightigam.
Here.
And Commissioner Philip Nguyen is absent.
We will open up oral communications. Is there anybody here who would like to address the Housing Authority? Seeing none, we will close oral communications and move on to the first item, reorganization, selection of chair and vice chair. Any nominations? Well, I'd like to nominate Yesenia Muñetón to be chair this year. I know she'd do a good job, and
A second?
Do we need to take a vote?
we'll call for the vote.
Commissioner Aristegui.
Yes.
Commissioner Beckles. Yes. Commissioner Klopfenstein.
Yes.
Commissioner Muñetón.
Yes.
Commissioner Tan Nguyen.
Yes.
Commissioner Tran.
Yes.
Vice Chair Dovin.
Yes.
And Chair Brightigam.
Yes.
Motion received, 8 yes votes.
And I guess we should move on to vice chair now. Anybody want the position in case Madam Yesenia cannot make a meeting or something? Cindy Tran? You would be interested? Oh, well, then I'll make the nomination. Cindy Tran.
Second.
Okay, we'll call for the vote.
Commissioner Aristegui.
Yes.
Commissioner Beckles. Yes. Commissioner Klopfenstein.
Yes.
Commissioner Muñetón.
Yes.
Commissioner Tan Nguyen.
Yeah.
Commissioner Tran.
Yes.
Vice Chair Dovin.
Yes.
Chair Brightigam.
Yes.
Motion received, 8 yes votes.
All right.
Thank you.
And I will yield the remainder to our new chair. Or would you like me to finish? You want me to finish it up for tonight? Oh, okay.
Oh, he has one right
Okay,
here.
she got the paper. All right.
Two through four will be acted in simultaneously with one motion unless a commissioner would like to pull an item. Can we get a motion and a second?
I'll move it.
Second it.
Are there any matters from commissioners or?
Chair
the-
Muñetón, we're going to go ahead and take a roll call vote, please, on that.
All right, let's call for a vote.
Commissioner Desegi,
Yes.
Commissioner Beckles, Commissioner Klumpenstein.
Yes.
Commissioner Muñetón,
Yes.
Commissioner Tan Nguyen,
Yes.
Commissioner Tran,
Yes.
Vice Chair Tran. Oh, that was Vice Chair
Yes.
Tran. Commissioner Dovin
Yes.
and Commissioner Breitigam.
Yes.
Motion received, 8 yes votes.
Are there any matters from commissioners or the directors?
Congratulations.
If none, I will adjourn back to the city council.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to you both. And that will take us into presentations. Item number 1.
Item 1 is the community spotlight in recognition of Mr. Harold Yoke, the 100-year-old centenarian, for a lifetime of craftsmanship and service. And Assistant City Manager Matt West will read that community spotlight.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'd like to invite Mr. Yoke to come forward as I read a little bit about him. Born in Ohio, Harold developed a lifelong passion for woodworking that would shape every chapter of his life. During the 1940s, he proudly served in the United States Navy and participated in Operation Magic Carpet, helping bring American servicemen home following World War II. After his military service, Harold pursued a career in education and later continued teaching at Pacifica High School for over 4 decades after moving to California. Throughout his career and into retirement, he remained dedicated to craftsmanship, creating everything by hand, from cabinets and walking canes to the wooden toys that have since become beloved by the community. Today, at 100 years old, Harold continues to create handcrafted wooden toys in his Garden Grove garage workshop, bringing joy to children and families from around the world. Each holiday season, he opens his garage to the public, turning his workspace into a neighborhood establishment and welcoming visitors who come not only to purchase his toys, but to meet the creator behind them. His story has inspired people across the country and around the world. He has received numerous fan letters, including recognition for his military service and lifelong contributions. At this time, the mayor and city council would like to present Harold Yoke with a certificate and memento of recognition and celebration of his 100th birthday, his lifetime of craftsmanship, and his dedicated service to the Garden Grove community. The city of Garden Grove thanks Mr. Yoke for his decades of dedication and the lasting impact he continues to make on our community. Congratulations.
Oh, my goodness.
Got a little Crystal City of Garden Grove thing, and yes, we have this for you as well, for your lifetime of achievements on behalf of myself and the city council.
Oh, thank you.
Very grateful to
thank
you. You're a wonderful,
All right.
wonderful member of our community. Thank you so much. Do you want to say a few words?
Beg your
Do you want
pardon?
to say a few words?
No, I'd just like to thank everybody.
Can we get a picture with you and the council? Can we take a photo with you and
Oh,
and
sure,
the council?
sure.
Good, okay.
I'm gonna leave this here.
Yep,
then.
that's perfect. Can we go up there?
Yeah.
Congratulations, sir. Lifetime of service.
It's Garden Grove's answer to Santa Claus.
I'm gonna go in. Go ahead.
Keep those toys coming.
And then a picture right here, please. 1, 2, 3. Perfect.
And then out here to your fan club.
Now we get the speech.
We also have the office of Senator Tony Strickland here that would like to present a certificate to you, Mr. Yoke, as well. Happy New Year to you. Thank you. We definitely have a true VIP in the house tonight. What a Garden Grove celebrity you are, sir. We're very grateful to you. Thank you for bringing so much joy to our community and to so many people, really throughout Southern California now. You were all over the news for quite a while there. I think everybody knows who you are now, so we're very grateful to you. You definitely are a real-life Santa here in our community, so thank you very much. Thank you for being here. All right, we have two other community spotlight presentations this evening. Item number 2.
A community spotlight in recognition of the Goodwill Ambassadors representing Anyang Republic of Korea as part of the 35th Annual Garden Grove Sister City Exchange Program, and Assistant City Manager Matt West will provide that community spotlight.
Madam Clerk, at this time, I'd like to invite up our ambassadors up to line up here, if you don't mind. Established in 1989, the Sister City Association of Garden Grove has played an important role in strengthening the city's appreciation of and lasting ties with the Republic of Korea. Through the Sister City Exchange Program launched in 1991, students from Anyang are provided a unique opportunity to experience American culture firsthand. In addition to visiting Southern California's many attractions, they are welcomed by the warmth and hospitality of the Garden Grove community. During their 10-day stay, the students and chaperones serve as goodwill ambassadors for Anyang. During their visit, they will be staying with local host families who have generously opened their homes and hearts to support this meaningful cultural exchange. On behalf of the City of Garden Grove, we extend a warm welcome and our sincere wishes that your visit will be both enriching and memorable. Now, the Mayor and City Council would like to present each of you with a city memento. First, if you wanted to share a few words from the association.
It's okay. Okay. And the city of Garden Grove and the city of Anyang became the sister city in 1989. Since 1989, we started this great student exchange program. Almost 700 students and chaperones joined this program. We love this program, and we really appreciate the mayor, councils, and especially the Sister City Association members, all the members, and thank for the citizens of City of Garden Grove. Thank you.
Right here, couple of shots. 1, 2, 3. Can we bring the kids up?
Yeah, we should bring the kids in. Get them all in here.
I want to get them this. I know too. Mayor?
Load on in.
Yeah. Pass around in front of you. Take one. Yeah. Take one.
Happy New Year.
Okay, one of you take one.
So you gotta keep coming around. Keep coming around. All the way to the end. Get more. There we go. Get everyone in there.
Can I have a couple of you guys in the front right there that are a little shorter? Yes. Oh, okay. Hold on one second.
We should probably move more this
I
way.
got
to
it?
the
Okay.
center.
All right, right here, right here, right here, and right here. Couple of shots. 1, 2, 3. Right here, right here.
And one more. Video on 3. Give me a wave. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Young.
Ooh, Garden Grove swag.
Oh, yeah, where's the tissues?
And welcome you. I have certs too. Yes. We're celebrating over here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, everyone. On behalf of Senator Tony Strickland's office, my name is Jenna Bloom. Senator Strickland represents Garden Grove. Garden Grove is one of the 17 cities he represents, and we're just so lucky and grateful that you are here. We hope that your trip is enriching and exciting and full of exciting moments. Garden Grove has a lot to offer, and we're so lucky that you get to experience here with us. So thank you so much, and I have certificates for all of you. Congratulations.
You want to? Where did everybody go? Oh, there's Cindy. Okay.
We're doing it anyway. Come on in a little bit and
You want us to stand up in the back again? Yeah. Yeah, you are.
we're gonna come back in.
I'm gonna close this and just hold it closed so that you can see the state assembly part of it. Can I have you guys scooch in?
자, 그렇게 할게. 자기 이름 나오게 일단 찍어. 상관없어. 이름 나오게.
Oh, okay, we can do that too.
Okay. Like this? Okay? Perfect?
Yes. Okay. Over here? Over here? Right here? Right here? And right here. 1, 2, 3. And last one. Thank you. Oh, just kidding. One more.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Ready, last one. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
일단은 나중에 나누면 되니까 일단 갖고 가. 일단은 갖고 가. 오케이. 일단은 갖고 가. 오케이. 일단은 갖고 가.
없는 건가 봐. 일단
All right. Well, we have one more presentation. Item number 3.
Item number 3 is information on the 51st Annual Americana Awards as presented by Howard Kummerman, Executive Director of the Cypress College Foundation, and introduction of the Citizen of the Year for Garden Grove.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here again amongst all of our friends, and we're recognizing somebody today that is beloved by the city and this council, and I really appreciate you having us each year. And I think we have a PowerPoint that's going to be coming up on the screen too. But while it's coming up, I'll just get started. I wanted to tell you just a little bit. There it goes. The next slide, please. Well, I just want to tell you first just a little bit about Americana and how it started. You know, a lot of people don't realize that in 1976, then President Ford put out a challenge to the community organizations to put on an event that celebrated the bicentennial. And Cypress College took up that challenge, and we decided to celebrate our local citizens who do good in the community, our local heroes. And Americana was born, first off in the theater at Cypress College. And this is going to be our 51st Americana this year. And now Americana has grown. We have more than 600 people joining us at the Westin Anaheim Resort. And I'll be telling you a little bit more about that today. Each year we raise more than $600,000 for our students in our programs. And before I go too much farther, I wanted to, especially in commemoration of last year, our 50th anniversary, we put out a 50th anniversary book. And so I want to present one copy to Mayor Klopfenstein and also one copy for your library.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So there's 3 purposes of Americana. The first is, of course, to raise money. We raise money to support our students, our scholarships, our Veterans Center, all of the things that we do at Cypress College. The second is to bring notoriety to the college, to our programs and our students. And then most importantly, we recognize 8 Citizens of the Year from the communities that we work in and a Person of the Year for all of Orange County. Each year, the city has been amazing in helping us with an Americana basket. We put an ad in the program, and many of your citizens and the council and community groups come out and support your Citizen of the Year by attending Americana. I also want to thank today your chair of your Americana City Committee, Damian Lorton, who's here with us today. And also a longtime chair and supporter, Susan Kelly, who's here with us today. I want to thank them for their efforts in bringing us great citizens. And, go ahead and next slide. So Garden Grove is a community that sends a lot of students to Cypress College. More than 1,800 students in this year, both semesters, are attending Cypress College. Are you attending Cypress College right now? Cypress College, 1,801. And so it's amazing the students that come from our communities to become educated and to receive the services from Cypress College. We also each year give away more than $500,000 in scholarships, so make sure you apply for scholarships for our students. And also we give back more than $1.2 million to the college in the form of other programs, emergency assistance, and the Americana Awards is a key component in allowing us to do this. So your support and the community support is helping us to make the difference in our community. More than 50% of our programs are career technical educations programs, such as our mortuary science program, our aviation program, our health science programs like nursing and radiological tech. And in fact, we have 2 baccalaureate degrees now that have been started at Cypress College in those areas. One is in mortuary science and the other is in dental hygiene. And then the other 50% of our programs are preparing our students to transfer to a 4-year university after they get their associate's degree. Next slide, please. So in 2025, we recognize Dr. True McMahon as your Citizen of the Year. And then this year, as you know, Maria Stipe is your Citizen of the Year for Garden Grove. She is beloved in this community, and we are so happy to be able to honor her this year. Let me tell you a little bit more about Maria. Next slide, please. So Maria, this is the whole group of all of our honorees for this year. Maria Stipe has dedicated more than 26 years to serving the city of Garden Grove, beginning as an analyst in the Public Works Department and later serving as assistant city manager. In these roles, she was uniquely positioned to guide city operations, advocate for effective policy, and focus on the needs of residents. Beyond city government, Maria has been an active member of the Garden Grove Rotary Club since 2012, helping to lead initiatives such as the scholarship programs, placement of life-saving cardiac defibrillators, and holiday toy drives for children in need. In recognition of her exceptional leadership and community service, she was named the Garden Grove Chamber of Commerce Woman of the Year in 2025. Maria's dedication to service continues to make a lasting and positive impact on her community. And here's a short promotional video from Maria. Surprise. Should be the next slide. Yeah. Listen carefully. Sound familiar?
Hi, I'm Maria Stipe, Americana Citizen of the Year for the City of Garden Grove. Please join me on March 21st for the Cypress College Foundation Americana Awards Gala.
Well, you can hear it well enough. What she told, now the mic is really loud too. And I'm loud enough already. From what you heard, if she's telling you to be there, if you know Maria, you've all better be there at the Americana Awards in March. But right now what I'd like to do is invite Maria to come up and say a couple of words to you. Let's hear from Maria.
Thank you. Thank you, Howard, so much. I do want to mention that I was really sick that day. And when I look at that, I can see it. Hopefully everybody else cannot, but I'm like, oh my gosh. I was on medication. But anyway, I wanted to say that I'm deeply honored and truly humbled to be receiving this award, Citizen of the Year from the Cypress College Foundation. It's such an honor and such a blessing. It's kind of like the cherry on top of the cake for my career. And I feel like I'm being honored for something that what didn't take any effort, really, because I loved working for the city and I love serving with my fellow Rotarians. I love what I do, and everything I've done has been collaborative and a shared effort with the council, with the city staff, with my residents, my friends, all of the people in the community. So for me, it's truly a shared award, and I hope that you'll all come out because it is a fundraiser for Cypress College. I am a graduate of community college and very much an advocate of community college education and going on and getting higher education, and all of us realizing our dreams. And so for everyone, I know it's just a wonderful, beautiful evening and a wonderful dinner and a wonderful celebration. So if you can make it, we'd love to have you come. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So you'll get to hear the full-length video of her acceptance when you come to the Americana Awards to hear much more about her. And I actually, I've seen some clips already. You do fabulous. No matter how sick you are, you did great. You should have all received your invitations in the mail, and we handed out a card today, just a promotional card, and we hope that you'll put that out in the community. And if we could take a picture, that would be fabulous.
I'm going to come down.
Thank you.
Get Damien in there.
That's great.
Wait. Hold on. Thank you. Hold on. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Cindy, you want me to start your pen? Okay.
All right. Well, I hate to break up the party, but I think we have to get to some other business here. If anybody's not speaking during oral communication or is not staying for the full agenda, this is your opportune time to exit stage. What is that, right? Yeah. All right. With that, we will head into oral communication.
For our communications, first speaker is Beatrice Jones.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. A century of Black history commemorations. That's the theme for the 2026 Black History Month, set by ASALH. That is the Association for the Study of African American Life and History, founded by Dr. Carter G. Woodson, who was the second Black PhD graduate from Harvard University, who took action to undo the miseducation of the Negro by uncovering and sharing the history and cultural practices throughout the United States. You can learn more about ASALH at asalh.com, which is ASALH.com. On this eve of the 100th anniversary of Black History Month, that is celebrated throughout the states throughout the month of February, I'm here to alert you and or inform you and to invite you to join in the Orange County participation of the 46th Annual Orange County Black History Parade and Cultural and Unity Fair, which will be held Saturday, February the 7th, beginning with a parade that kicks off at 9 a.m. Recommend you arriving early to find parking and find a space. You're going to go to 205 West Center Street, Promenade in Anaheim. The cultural fair opens at 11 and goes till 4. I can guarantee you a day of great fun, food, music, games, friends, and maybe some education and an opportunity to do some flag waving. I would like to present this flyer to the council. I only have one, but I'm sure you have duplication processes. I guess that's a poster. Okay. That tells of the event that is conducted each year by the Orange County Heritage Council, who is responsible for the parade, which is going to bring bands and everything. Oh, there's going to be lots of bands this year, and I love bands. Anyhow. But the Orange County Heritage Council is responsible for this every year, and you can find more information about the Heritage Council at www.ocheritage.org. And they will give you much more information on the Parade and Unity Fair. Hope to see many of you, maybe all of you there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Maureen Blackman.
This mic's been all over the place. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. I wanted to first thank the City of Garden Grove for allowing us to host the 4th Annual Rick Lerma Blood Drive. With the help of the Garden Grove Police Department, GG&A members, and a Naden Safety Group, the Red Cross, friends and family of the Lerma family, we broke our record of 42 units by 2. We crushed it at 44. We look forward to our 5th year anniversary next year. Thank you so much. It was a great event, and the hospitality is phenomenal here. Nothing that you ask for is undone. Thank you. So on to my next topic, which for years our parks have been vandalized and used as hangouts for the homeless and taggers. Restrooms had to be locked up to keep the toilets and plumbing from being destroyed. So frustrating to be out playing in the parks and not have use of the restrooms or to feel safe when encountering questionable people. The pilot program that is on the agenda for tonight will be an important step towards improving safety. We've been playing pickleball at Knott and Chapman and seeing the state of our restrooms is atrocious, all because they can't be unlocked. I'm looking forward to seeing how security will enhance our parks. We need it. It's a yes for me.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Josh McIntosh. Josh McIntosh.
Good evening, Garden Grove Council, Mayor, good people of Garden Grove. We had some celebrities in the house tonight. Hal Yoke. Man, we're lucky. We're so lucky. Well, I'm here to speak about Yesenia's Item 19, discussion. Item 19. Okay. Haven't heard the facts, haven't heard the arguments, anything about this yet, but it scares me. Yesenia, I know you've got the best intentions for this city. I know you're just wanting to do the right thing. You want healthy people, healthy parks, safe places. I get it. But I'm afraid this is going down a slippery slope of taking away rights. My ability to enjoy our parks with a puff. I went to way too many protests in order to get smoking marijuana legalized in this state. And I love the fact that we did that. We were able to enjoy recreational puffing. Means a lot to me. Means a lot to a lot of other people. The thrill of kicking a hacky sack around a park with a J. Oh, that's just like one of the things that I enjoy the most in life. Oh, I'm afraid we start taking away these rights to enjoy life like that. Next thing, it's going to be Main Street. No smoking on Main Street. Then it's going to be no smoking here, no smoking there. And I've been criminalized before just for owning firearms. It's like, oh, now you're a criminal because you got this gun. I don't want to be a criminal. I consider myself a good member of the community. I've done park cleanups, I believe, with you, in fact, years ago. Commend you for doing the most recent one at the Hastur Basin. I've been cleaning up since it was Twin Lakes. I understand nobody wants secondhand smoke, but it's in a park. Smoke's just going right up in the air. It's wide open space. I mean, I'm afraid of where this leads to. So, council, please consider such factors. Smoking is still legal. We have hundreds of locations that sell cigarettes in the city. I don't know how much taxes are generated from it. It's a legal thing for adults to do. Please don't erode our freedoms and rights. I understand your reasoning for it. I'd love to hear the arguments later on this evening. Time is up. You guys all have a good night. See you soon.
Good to see you, Josh.
Next, we have Becky Saloga.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I am here simply to mention something that you're probably not aware of. Last weekend, I live on Bluebell in Garden Grove between West Street and Harbor Boulevard. And we had the NAMM convention, which is the music convention, the biggest thing going in Anaheim for the year and our area. And I was wondering why all of a sudden this year parking was such a problem on, not my street, but Cliffwood, Wilkin, and all the way up. Only to find out 2 people mentioned the city of Anaheim had put a sign on our corner on June Street coming into Bluebell, telling people to park into our area and walk up to one of the hotels. And I'm just mentioning that to make you aware, because parking was atrocious for all the locals. So I just wanted to make you aware, and thank you.
Thank you. We'll look into that, absolutely.
Thank you.
Next, we have Tony Bowie.
Good evening, Stephanie Glossenstein, the mayor, the Mayor Pro Tem George Brittenham, and Mr. Joe Dovin, Miss Cindy Tran, Vanessa Muneten, Ariana Agrestio, and Mr. Philip Nguyen. You are all of my friends because I was a resident of Westminster as a planning commissioner. Was because I come here, I congratulate on your recent decision to change the name, to adding the name Freedom, Tự Do, and Libertad to the Trailer Way. That's a great achievement because I know how freedom is. Freedom is hard to win, but you have to strive your best for the benefit of all the people. That is why I come here. I am not come for anything else to advocate for freedom. And also I have a little gift to the city to make sure that the name will change correctly, and also it falls into the 3 principles: accountability, transparency, and responsibility. This is not a lazy envelope, but a little check to you, and would like to hand it to the secretary, or maybe.
Yeah, to city clerk. Thank you.
Well, I attend the meeting, and your meeting is very, really friendly and make every people happy, from the young generation to the old people. That is the way you have to conduct a meeting like that. So every people come here with the positive energy, and sooner the positive energy will grow and make your city grow and enrich all of generation. So I hear congratulations all of you, and best wish to you on the new year, and make sure every people is working on the 3 principles: transparency, accountability, and responsibility. With that, your city of Garden Grove will be the city of the Garden of Eden. That means the garden make every people happy. Thank you very much, and best wish to all of you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Tim Steed.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Tim Steed. I'm the Assistant General Manager at the Orange County Employees Association. Try to be brief this evening. As you know, OCA represents 2 bargaining units in the city, the Garden Grove City Employees Association and the Garden Grove Employees League. We have some members of the league behind me tonight. We're here tonight to really stand up for the hardworking people of the city, the folks who keep the city running, show up every day ready to serve, even sometimes when that worth isn't fully recognized. While our members battled through a really contentious negotiations, push to impasse, mediation, just to secure modest gains, you know, I know now the city is considering a 7.5% raise for the city manager. and other financial benefits. It's it's disappointing to the members who I'm speaking on behalf of, and just quite frankly, it stings a little. When our members were told over and over again that there wasn't enough money for things important to their families, it seems that now that the city is able to find that money, and the message being sent is it's landing. Folks who are the backbone of the city are just basically being told that labor isn't worth as much as the executives. Leadership guru and author Simon Sinek said, leadership means giving to others first. But right now, the feeling is that the executives are actually putting themselves first. When leaders take more for themselves, ask staff to tighten belts, trust erodes, and morale will certainly suffer. And we support all hardworking public servants getting a raise. I know everyone works very hard to make this community what it is. So we just want to make sure that we feel that we're all in this together. And just right now, that's not the feeling that the workforce has. So coming off such combative negotiations, particularly that is not far in the rearview mirror, it feels tone deaf at best to grant the highest earner in the city more than what the frontline workers received. We hope that you'll put workers first, show us that you value those who serve this city, the ones with grit, the ones with heart, the ones with commitment every single day, and do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lourdes Scholl.
Buenas noches, Mayor Stephanie y miembros del board.
Okay, she says, good evening, and she wants to acknowledge the mayor and all the members of the board.
Mi nombre es la señora Lourdes Scholl,
Her name is Lourdes Scholl.
residente de Garden Grove,
She's a resident of Garden Grove,
y my friend Elena Hernández
and I'm Elena Hernandez.
de Anaheim. Y esta noche ella viene a traducirme.
And this evening I come to interpret for her.
El día de hoy estoy aquí en su centro de reunión comunitario
Today she's here in your area right here
para saber si ya nos tienen alguna información
to find out if you have any information on what it was that they ended up protesting to.
sobre el proyecto que les presentamos el 9 de septiembre del 2025.
What they presented on September the 9th, 2025,
que es Parques Libres de Humo.
about the parks, smoke-free.
Y necesito informar a los padres de mi comunidad
She needs to let the parents within the community to know they've been asking
cómo está el proceso de la ordenanza del proyecto de Parques Libres de Humo,
they would like to know, how everything is going,
del cual sí nos preocupa como residentes de Garden Grove.
that they are still concerned as far as residents of Garden Grove area.
Muchas gracias por escuchar nuestra voz nuevamente.
She says thank you for listening to their voice on this subject.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Michelle Ramage.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Michelle Ramage, and I'm a local pastor at Living Spring Church here in Garden Grove, and I've been there for 7 years. And I'm here tonight not as a policy expert, but as a pastor who my education was in Scripture, and I think about Scripture all the time. And so I wanted to share some Scripture with you all and let it speak to what it means according to the Bible to care for the immigrants in our community who are living in real fear. I hear stories from families in our community, and I just wanted to share Scripture with you all to encourage you and myself this evening. So in Isaiah 58, the prophet is speaking to a people whose faith has become disconnected from justice and compassion. So God challenges and condemns their faith that has become superficial, that sounds righteous, but it allows harm to continue to the most vulnerable. And so this is God's words in Isaiah 58, verses 5 through 10. Is this the kind of fast I have chosen? Only a day for people to humble themselves? Is it only for bowing one's head like a reed and for lying in sackcloth and ashes? Is that what you call a fast, a day acceptable to the Lord? Is not this the kind of fasting I have chosen? To loose the chains of injustice and untie the cords of the yoke, to set the oppressed free and break every yoke? Is it not to share your food with the hungry and to provide the poor wanderer with shelter? When you see the naked, to clothe them and to not turn away from your own flesh and blood? Then your light will break forth like the dawn, and your healing will quickly appear. Then your righteousness will go before you, and the glory of the Lord will be your rear guard. Then you will call, and the Lord will answer. You will cry for help, and he will say, "Here am I." If you do away with the yoke of oppression, with the pointing finger and malicious talk, and if you spend yourselves on behalf of the hungry and satisfy the needs of the oppressed, then your light will rise in the darkness, and your night will become like the noonday. So based on this scripture, I know not everyone is a person of faith, but I'm a pastor, so this is what I do. I just want to offer this blessing. So may God bless all of us in these troubling times with courage to act justly, with hearts of mercy that welcome the stranger, and with hands that act and care for all in need. So thank you and amen.
Amen.
Good
Thank
evening.
you.
Next, we have Kat Pan.
Good evening, mayors, council members, and HUD representative. My name is Kat, and I'm a 21-year-old with lived experience in the child welfare system here in Orange County. I'm also a proud member of California Youth Connections Orange County chapter. CYC is a youth-led, youth-driven organization that advocates for foster youth rights at the local, county, and statewide levels. As someone with lived experience, housing stability for foster youth is not just a policy issue to me, but many other foster youth. I'm here tonight to support one of CYC's statewide priorities, ensuring youth exiting foster care have access to permanent supportive housing. I respectfully demand and I respectfully urge the Garden Grove Housing Authority to begin requesting on-demand foster youth to independence and Family Unification Program housing choice vouchers from the Department of Housing and Urban Development for the upcoming fiscal year. For many young people aging out of care, the transition to adulthood happens all at once without family support, financial safety nets, or guidance on how to navigate housing systems. Even when youth are working or attending school, rising rents and strict rental requirements make stable housing nearly impossible to secure. FYI and FUP vouchers help bridge that gap by giving young people a real chance to build stability, focus on education or employment, and avoid crisis. Here in Orange County, this support is even more effective because of partnerships with organizations like Orangewood Foundation. Youth who receive vouchers are not only left to figure things out alone, they are connected to care coordinators who provide individualized support, help them understand their responsibilities as tenants, and support long-term success. This kind of preventative investment helps reduce homelessness before it starts. I also encourage the Garden Grove Housing Authority to utilize the on-demand request process. This approach offers flexibility and allows housing authorities to respond to need as it arises, rather than waiting for a competitive cycle. Other housing authorities across Southern California are already using this tool to expand access for transition-aged youth. This was my experience when I was having a critical moment myself, as I had to couch surf and lived out of a couch of a church family's spare bedroom after exiting care. And Afterwards, I applied for Section 8 housing, but my employer did not fill out the paperwork. And I had a 200 square foot room before as well with no kitchen, where I once experienced a break-in of my apartment building. So I sincerely hope GGHA, with support from City Council, will adhere to my plea and the plea of so many youth advocates who could not be here tonight to support the transition to independence in the cities of Orange County and the city of Garden Grove. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jackson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Garden Grove City Council, and HUD representatives. I'll be assisting Jackson tonight in his public comment. Hello, my name is Jackson, and I'm a former foster youth here with CYC, California Youth Connection, to advocate for the expansion of housing choice vouchers. A significant amount of the unhoused population comes from foster care. That reality is scary, but not surprising. From the moment we enter care, the statistics are stacked against us. Outcomes like homelessness, instability, and poverty are treated like the average Tuesday, and I've experienced this firsthand. Since I've been here in Orange County, I've been homeless while trying to stay in school. I'm a college student with real goals for my future, but housing instability makes progress feel nearly impossible. It doesn't just affect where you sleep, it affects your mental health, your academic success, and your ability in a future at all. Your ability to believe in a future at all. There's another statistic that often overlaps with homelessness: addiction. Per the latest drug and alcohol reports from the Orange County Healthcare Agency, Garden Grove zip codes are one of the central county cities where substance addiction rates range from 17 to 30% in the high. Both of my parents struggled with addiction, and I've seen how easily instability can pull people into that cycle. I'm working every day to break that pattern, but without stable housing, it becomes much harder. Housing choice vouchers aren't handouts, they're prevention. They give former foster youth, like me, a real chance to stay housed, stay in school, and on a different path than the one statistics predict for us. I don't want those numbers to define my future, and I don't want them to define the futures for other foster youth. So we need support from HUD and the City Council to seek on-demand vouchers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Joel Mejia.
Hello, how's everyone doing? My name is Joel Mejia. I live in the Buena Clinton neighborhood near Morningside Avenue. I'm here tonight because our community has been dealing with ongoing parking enforcement issues for over a year, and despite reaching out, nothing has changed. I have personally spoken with the police sergeant about this issue. I was told that the city's main concern with this parking restriction is public safety. I want to address that directly because the current enforcement does not make residents safer. When residents are forced to park blocks or even miles away from their homes, especially late at night or early in the morning, that creates a greater safety risk, not a smaller one, only if the city believes this area has active gang concerns. Then I do not understand how forcing residents to walk long distances in the dark through the neighborhood we are told is unsafe is considered a public safety solution. Our neighborhood is made up of multi-family apartments, schools, and working families. Many residents work late shifts, come home tired, and simply want to park near their homes. It does not support the level of restriction to being enforced. This is not a neighborhood built for limited parking. There's schools, there's people who work there. It's a neighborhood where we all struggle to pay our rent. We're all on EBT, and it's crazy that we can't park out there because there's gang activity. And I don't think we should be paying the price. The problem is worse because it's unclear. There's no signs, there's no curves that are painted red. Just living there and having to park outside, I owe $700 right now because I'm parking outside where I live. And the reason we pay registration and we pay the DMV every year is to have our vehicles on the road. And it's crazy that I got to pay an extra $700 just because I'm parking outside where I live. And I just come to you guys today and see if there's something you guys could do to help out the community. I Like I said, it's Hispanic. There's a lot of people there. It's diverse. We're not, I live with 14 people in a 2-bedroom apartment, and we still struggle to pay our rent. So, it's not just me, and it sucks that my community can't speak up for themselves because they're a little older, so they don't know how to pick up a phone and do research and come to these meetings. And luckily, I'm 23, and I was able to get help from Ariana, and she told me the information to be here today, and I'm very grateful for it. I come to you guys today and just see if you guys could change that. Give us parking permits. It keeps the people who live there inside, and it keeps the gangs out. Like I said, I get it. The 30 years ago was really bad in my area, but that was 30 years ago. And I hope you guys have a good night, and thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Charlene Cuellar. Charlene Cuellar.
Good evening, Mayor Klopfenstein, City Council members, administrative staff, and all my neighbors here and watching. My name is Charlene Cuellar. I'm a proud GGUSD parent with 3 students in GGUSD schools. I'm a resident of Trustee District Area 2, excuse me, and I'm a civic volunteer and very active in my community. I love Garden Grove. I love living here. I love being able to walk our historic Main Street and watch the car shows on Friday and go to our farmers market on the weekends. I love hearing the band and cheerleaders perform for our Garden Grove High School on Friday nights in the fall. And I love that we host the Strawberry Festival and Memorial Day weekend. We own that weekend. I love that part of Garden Grove. I also love where I live, and I love being out there in the morning times under my jacaranda and wave and say hello to all my neighbors, which was where I was this morning when one of my neighbors was walking by, which she usually does with her dog about the same time I'm out there. And we started talking about the usual things, how great the weather's been, how the garden is growing, and about our families and pets, when I noticed she was carrying a little manila envelope with her. It turns out she was carrying that because inside that envelope was her documentation of residence and her documentation of being an American citizen, right there in front of my garden, on the street I live in front of my home. And it's her neighborhood too, where she's lived and grown and raised a family, just like me, in Garden Grove. Which is why I'm here today to tell you that story and ask you, while you're doing your governance of our great little city here, that you remember my neighbor and her dog and her little envelope, because I haven't been able to stop thinking about her all day today. I hope that in your work that you think of her and us and all of us who live here that you serve, because I believe that when you serve in the community in these seats, that you also love Garden Grove just as much as I do, because you're in service just as much as I am. And I see all of you cleaning parks and doing the great works that we're doing all the time together, and I enjoy spending that time together. I hope that one day soon my neighbor and her dog can walk my street in her neighborhood and forget about bringing her little manila envelope, and that she can walk our street again without the fear of being picked up because her skin color is the same as mine. Thank you so much for your service and everything that you do to serve our great little city and our place that we call home. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Tony Flores. Tony Flores.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff. I'm Tony Flores. Great thing to honor Mr. Helioke. He was a teacher at Pacifica when I attended Pacifica, and also too there was some Pacifica alumni here. My freshman football coach was sitting in the audience as well, and other Pacifica alumni. So thank you for doing that. Regarding the smoking ban, I find myself agreeing somewhat with Mr. Josh McIntyre. I don't smoke J's and I don't play Frisbee in there, but I understand his concern. But that's as far as I'm going to go. And however that works out, the enforcement's going to be in question, I guess. Regarding the Information Resources Hub that we recently put on, the the city website. Just a suggestion, I sent an email today suggesting that maybe we want to put the self-deportation links on there so they have access, the illegal aliens have access to everything, all information, just to consider that. Also, too, to show that there's really no concern out there. I mean, I'm an American of Mexican descent. I don't have to carry any ID. I'm doing fine, and I think the rest of the folks are. And I can underscore that point with the fact that the Dodgers, when they won the World Series, nobody had a problem with ICE. I mean, a lot of people on the street there. You're going to see the same thing at the West Garden Grove Little League Parade on the 7th of February. The Little League and the softball players, too, boys and girls. Come on out, talk to the citizens out there. You're going to find out things are just fine out there, so please do that. The last thing on Ordinance 2973. I want everybody to pay attention to what I'm about to say, because I don't say this very, very often, but I want to thank the entire city council for pushing that through, for making that happen. Yes, document that and mark your calendars. I did say that tonight. But let's make sure that we get that through. Thank you. You too, Mr. Sandoval. Appreciate that. So let's go ahead and continue that, fix it up. I also want a special thanks to Mr. George Bradigan for bringing that up and making that happen. George and I have been in the city for a large number of years. Communication with the citizens and the city staff is key. And without having any barriers or acronyms or did it mean this, do we mean that, I think this is going to boil it down and do the job that we need to do. Maybe some improvements as we go forward, but thank you, Mr. Bradigan. And also to Mayor Kloppenstein for, Mayor Stephanie, if you don't mind, to get that pushing through. So we appreciate that. So thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Nicholas Dibbs. Nicholas Dibbs. Okay, we'll move to our next speaker, Nicole Jaimes. Nicole Jaimes.
Hold on, here they come.
Hi, I'm Nicole Jaimes. I didn't think I was going to make it because my kid had an event, but here I am. So a couple of things. Yes to, I guess, patrolling the parks. So my kids are all older, but when they were younger, we actually left the parks here because they were like disgusting. We had an unhoused person like defecated next to the playground, and that was like my last straw. We went over to, Irvine, which was beautiful. And then there was a Margie Rice Park in like Westminster, which is right across from like OCFA. And they would actually come outside when they were there and like shoo them away. So it was a great experience. So I think that is awesome, especially my kids did sports as well. And when they're little, they have to go to the bathroom, and there weren't any bathrooms. I remember sometimes there'd be city staff there, and they'd be like, well, they're homeless. They went and they shoved shirts down into the toilet. They just destroyed everything that we pay for. And so hopefully this will give us like an opportunity to kind of reclaim some of our space. I'm not really sure how that would work with the anti-smoking ordinance. I'm really not kind of a fan of that, what we do in our spare time. Again, I have kids. I have asthma. It's not like a permanent thing. I've never had someone come up and like puff continuously and harass me that way. It comes out and it blows away. And it's just kind of a minor inconvenience. And if it is one, you just go over and say, hey, you know what, that's kind of bothering me. Can you go over there? I have my kids. And no one's never said no. So 2 different things. One's great, and the other one is limiting, and it sucks. And also fix the website. You guys have like resources, air quotes resources, but you go there and, for example, for Be Well, and you click on it, and it's like join the coalition. So imagine if I was illegal and I go to the website for help and I click on mental health and it directs me to join a coalition, but then when you click on that, it just circles. There's no coalition. You actually have to scroll down and look for things. Same with, education, and same with pretty much all of it. So it's kind of ironic how we have 4 people, one's absent, that went and like voted for something and then didn't do any type of oversight to see what's good. All right, there's a line between, ignorance and stupidity, and which side did some of you fall on? And that's all for today. Thank you.
Nicholas Dibbs.
Mayor Kloffenstein, members of the council, I want to bring your attention to a number of things. First off, in the last 2 weeks, a lot has happened. I want to bring your attention to the Martin Luther King Jr. Holiday that we celebrated on the 19th, and realize that what he died for and what he spoke about applies today. It's timeless. So two of his famous speeches, the first one is Beyond Vietnam, where he spoke out against the Vietnam War in 1967, a year to the day before he was assassinated. And then the I've Been to the Mountaintop speech, which was given the night before he was shot and killed. Those two speeches are chronicled on a program that you can catch called democracynow.org. And if you go to the 19th of January and watch that, and not just you, but everybody, as a teacher and an educator, we have to learn from history in order to help avoid repeating the mistakes of the past. Those two speeches are as timeless today as when they were given. And so I encourage you and the public to go to democracynow.org to January 19th and watch those two speeches. That's very important. Now we go to back in another history person. Theodore Roosevelt wrote, "To educate a person in the mind, but not in morals, is to educate a menace to society." Again, to educate a person in the mind, but not in morals, is to educate a menace to society. We have to recognize that the importance of protecting our children from the harmful effects of social media and screen time abuse. The Surgeon General has warned about this. I have repeatedly given to you the resolution passed by the Orange County Health Department in North Carolina, asking you to please take this resolution from last year and pass it and distribute it and even post it on the website so that the parents and the children can be protected from the harmful effects of screen time. In fact, our school district is not doing enough in this regard, and that's why I also have a nonprofit website, dibsdigitalwellness.net. We need to do more. Yes, there's problems with social media, but our district is not limiting screen time. Laguna Beach Unified is doing that. They've passed. They recognize the problem, but yet Garden Grove doesn't. You recognize the district at your last meeting, but there's room for improvement. And so this resolution is timely for the council to pass, and you've been given a copy of it. It's there. There's some other things that I could go into. Mr. Yoke was a good friend of mine at Pacifica, a good mentor and a leader, and I salute him on his 100th birthday. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that concludes our oral communications timeframe.
Thank you. All right. With that, we will move into written communications, item number 4.
Item number 4 is a consideration of a written request to waive rental fees for the Courtyard Center Activity Room for the Flower Street on Historic Main Street event. And Deputy Director Janet Pelayo is here to provide the report.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Staff received a written request on behalf of the Vietnamese Sport Association of Southern California organization requesting approval to waive the rental fee for use of the Courtyard Center Activity Room from February 4th through February 16, 2026. A total of 13 days for a period of 7 hours each day in preparation for the upcoming Flower Street on Historic Main Street event. This year's event is being held at a new location along Main Street between Stanford Avenue and Acacia Parkway for 3 days beginning on Friday, February 13 through Sunday, February 15th. The event will feature over 20 large-scale floral installations requiring extended setup and coordination to ensure a safe and high-quality experience for residents and visitors. The organization would like to use the Courtyard Center Activity Room several days prior through the event in order to prepare for the flower installations. Due to ongoing economic uncertainty, several previous sponsors have significantly reduced their support or not able to participate this year. which has directly impacted the organization's event budget. For these reasons, the organization is requesting City Council approval to waive the rental fee for use of this space. Staff has verified that the nonprofit organization is in good standing with the IRS. The total cost for use of the Courtyard Center for 7 hours each day for a total of 13 days is $5,915. The organization is requesting approval to waive this total amount and will be responsible for reimbursement of any additional staff costs for opening and closing the facility outside of the normal operating days and hours. It is recommended that City Council consider the request to waive rental fees of the Courtyard Center for use of the Flower Street on Historic Main Street event from February 4th through February 16th. This concludes my staff report, and myself, as well as somebody representing the organization, is here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the report. Colleagues, questions or comments?
Well, I'm happy to go ahead and move this and voice my support for this. This is a really grassroots community event where, I'm so sorry guys, I'm like losing my voice, that brings together a lot of folks from different parts of the community, from the youth to elders, local business owners, different types of community groups and leaders. The work that goes into putting this event together really requires a village. And I'm really excited to see what this year's event is going to look like, because it promises to definitely be bigger and better than last year's and years past. And I look forward to going and also volunteering with a little bit of elbow grease to help put together some of these arrangements. So I gladly move to approve this, and I hope that my colleagues will consider supporting this as well.
Yeah, Madam Mayor. And I'd love to give it a second as well. I know Councilwoman Tran would like to do that as well.
A bunch of seconds.
Got a bunch of seconds. I'm happy that it's an actual nonprofit, which is consistent with our past waiving of fees and this type of thing. So that helps me to even more want to support this. We try to help our Garden Grove nonprofits as much as we can, and it's a beautiful event. I've been every year since it started, and I think most of you guys have as well. And it's kind of cool. It's a true multicultural event. All the flowers and all the displays and the music and whatnot. And so I'm happy to give it a second.
Thank you. So a lot of things that you say very similar to what I would like to say too, and I know that I'm losing my voice too. It's very hard for a nonprofit group to do a big event like this and be able to cover all the costs. So when the Flower Street Festival come to our city, I was super excited because that is something that significant, especially for the Vietnamese community. They highlight the culture, and also for students, adult, anyone could come to Garden Grove City on the Lunar New Year to celebrate the Lunar New Year. So thank you for doing that in Garden Grove City and put us on the map for the Lunar New Year for the visitors that coming to visit. And yes, I would love to second it, but yeah, we already have a couple of seconds.
Thank you. Councilman?
Well, I provide a check and balance. I've had other nonprofit come for a waiver or some sort of help. I'm more inclined to meet the organizers halfway. And that, because 13 days sounds like a lot of days to me, if we can cut that in half, or the organizers meet us halfway, split the fees, and I would be inclined to waive half of it, but not all of it. Also, not before the fact, because we haven't had any accounting. We've had 3 years of the Flower Street. We've seen no accounting. We've seen no presentation of your expenses or anything else. So the healthy skepticism is, I'm inclined to vote for it after the fact. If after the event you come back a month later and give a presentation and ask for the waiver, I would be inclined to vote for it at that time, but not at this time. It's a no vote for me.
I want to support this definitely because I've seen members of our community come to volunteer, taking the time. I know it's a lot of individuals from our Garden Grove Unified School District, and it's just a lot of pride that people come when they're coming in their Auiai attire and taking pictures and pride in, you know, in the community, and even calling their family members to come out. I've actually been part of this event, or since I've been on council, and then also prior to that, taking my family as well. It's definitely a special event, and I feel like it's very inclusive, and people take pride in being able to celebrate, you know, their community in Garden Grove. So I think it's something that it's worthwhile. So I want to see it grow. I want to see it continue to flourish, and I know they work really hard to accomplish this event. So with that, I'll give it my second as well.
Second. If I, yeah, 1 second. I just wanted to ask a quick question just for clarification. That courtyard center activity room, as you walk into the courtyard, that is the room that's to the right, correct?
Right.
Where we've had the art exhibits and things like that. So there could
Correct.
technically be other use for the other side of the courtyard, the other building.
That is correct. The other side of the room, of the building, will be used for other meetings and events. So it's only one portion of the space that's being used.
Yeah, and that's a fairly large space for them to be able to. I'm assuming this is staging to hold some of these different art pieces and to be putting together these flowers. I think one of the things is because the site has shifted a bit from Main Street proper down Main Street a bit to more of where our garden amphitheater is in the park area. I can see where it'd be difficult to be out in that open space, maybe putting together some of these particular art pieces and flower pieces and so forth. So just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
I just want to say, Councilman Dovin makes some really good points about, in the staff report for financial impact, it basically just gives the cost of what it would cost if we were renting that room, $5,915, right? So it's only giving that, but it's not really giving the true picture of the increased attendance on Main Street and what that means in additional tax revenue to the city that's generated, on a typical weekend versus during a festival like this. I think it dramatically increases the amount of people, that are going into the restaurants, going into the stores, purchasing water even. If they're hot, they buy a Coke or a water or something. So, I think that number isn't a true number. And honestly, I don't think the room is probably scheduled anyway for use, to be used anyway, so the city wouldn't be making any money on it anyway. So I just wanted to bring that forward. Councilman Dovin makes some really good points there, but I think the bigger picture shows that we should be very supportive of this.
All right. With that, we had a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received with 5 yes votes, and Councilmember Jovin voting no, and Councilmember Nguyen being absent.
Okay, thank you. All right. With that, we will recess and conduct other legislative bodies. That will take us to successor agency first. Please call roll.
Member Breitigam?
Here.
Member Tran? Member Dovin?
Present.
Member Adestegui?
Here.
Vice Chair Muñoz?
Here.
Chair Klopfenstein?
Here.
And Member Nguyen is absent.
All right. We've already held oral communication, so that moves us to our consent calendar. We have one item, receive and file the minutes. Okay. Motion. Do I have a second?
Oh, second.
For vote. Okay. And then let's vote. Let's do it.
Waste no time.
Motion received, 6 yes votes.
All right. Any matters from agency members? Okay, seeing none, we will adjourn. That takes us to the sanitary district. If we could call roll, please.
Member Breitigam?
Here.
Member Dovin?
Present.
Member Muñoz?
Here.
Member Adestegui?
Here.
Vice President Tran?
Here.
And President Klopfenstein?
Here.
And Member Nguyen is absent.
Okay. Again, we've held oral communication simultaneously with other legislative bodies. That takes us to the reorganization. Item 1, selection of president and vice president. Happy to keep it the same unless we have someone that would like to shoulder this. Okay.
Move to keep it the same.
Second.
Seconded it? We have a motion in 3 seconds. Call for the vote.
Motion received, 6 yes votes.
Okay, that takes us to our consent items. And again, receiving and filing the minutes from November 12th. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Motion and second. Okay, call for the vote.
Motion received, 6 yes votes.
Any matters from board members? Seeing none, we will adjourn and head back to our city council meeting. That takes us to our consent calendar. That's items 1 through 14. We can take this in one motion unless someone would like to request to pull an item from the calendar.
I would like to pull out number 8.
Item number 8, okay. Do I have a motion on the balance?
Balance.
All right,
Second.
motion and a second on the balance. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 6 yes votes.
All right, and that takes us to item 8.
Item number 8 is award of contract to Lion Security Services, Inc. for the Park Security Pilot Program. And we have Community Services Director John Montanches to provide the report.
Thank you, Liz. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you tonight is a request to approve a professional services contract for Lions Security Services to implement the city's Park Security Pilot Program. The purpose of this pilot program is to provide dedicated uniformed security services at selected city parks to help reduce vandalism, drug use, unauthorized overnight camping, and other activities that have contributed to park and restroom closures. The goal is to help keep public amenities open, clean, and safe for the community use. The pilot program will operate for a minimum of 6 month period and will not exceed 1 year or continue beyond available funding. If the program is successful, the city may extend services for up to 4 additional 1-year terms. To select a service provider, the city issued a request for a proposal and received 28 proposals. These proposals were reviewed by multiple departments, a multiple department evaluation panel with representatives from Community Services, Public Works, and the Police Department. Interviews were conducted with the 4 highest scoring firms and reference checks were completed. Based on this process, staff is recommending Lions Security Services. Lions currently provides park security services to several Orange County municipalities and was one of the only firms to demonstrate directly comparable experience providing security to specifically in public park environments. References describe Lions as professional, reliable, and easy to coordinate with, which staff believes positions the pilot program for success. The pilot program will focus on 6 park locations: Garden Grove Park, Magnolia Park, Chapman Sports Complex, Eastgate Park, Pioneer Park, and Hastra Basin. The cost of the initial 6-month term will not exceed $185,000 and is included in the Community Services Department's fiscal year 2025-2026 adopted operating budget. Any extension beyond that, the initial terms would require additional funding to be considered through the mid-cycle budget review and future budget processes. Staff is recommending that the City Council approve the award of professional services contract to Lions Security Services in the amount not to exceed $185,000, authorizing a minimum 6-month term with options to extend based on the success of the pilot program and city needs, and authorize the city manager or designee to execute the contract and make minor modifications as necessary. This concludes staff's presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. Cindy?
Yes. Thank you so much for your report. I'm super excited for this topic because from the day one, I keep asking, why can't we open the restroom and all that, right? Many times I go walk around there and we have to hold or we have to find out some other solution. just a couple of days ago, I went to Fountain Valley Park. Inside, super clean. You don't have to make it fancy, just the cleanness. And the way they have it was just having the key to the club that we're using it. I know that we talked about it many times, but we couldn't solve the problem. And I know you guys provide me so many pictures of the vandalism and different picture of people that destroying our restroom. And so I'm really looking forward to this. Hopefully it's gonna be very positive and the resident will be able to use the restroom. Another thing that I hope I bring it up to our council here, we talk about Get and Go part. Get and Go is the city part, the biggest, the largest one for Get and Go City. We have coming up with the Olympic and different things, but it's require a lot of money to fix it. Atlantic Park, right? All the items in there need upgrade. The bathroom need help. And so hopefully when the next time we have the council meeting, we would be able to put the part somewhat up there so that way we don't just fix the emergency, the safety issue, but we actually do something that our residents will be able to go there and enjoy their life, just like some of the residents mentioned earlier. Thank you so much. That's it for me.
Yes.
I'm really excited. A little over 7 years, John and I have been, and Bill, we've been rattling our cages. Just how do you address this problem with the bathrooms? Some of the ideas that were floated around were those electronic locks that lock at a certain time, but the problem with that is if people are in there, the dang locks lock them in for the night, right? And so that's the last thing you want to be in there doing your business, and now you're locked in for the whole night until the night, right? And then they would circumvent them by putting like little wads of toilet paper in the actual lock mechanism. So then, it wasn't working, and we even had people that lived nearby that would volunteer to go open the bathrooms, and closing the bathrooms is not the solution. Other cities deal with this problem, and I know I brought it up repeatedly. We got to figure out a way. People go to the park, they take their kids to the park, their grandkids to the park, and and our workers, they're the best. They do a great job out there keeping it clean, but then these folks come and they destroy it, vandalize the bathrooms, So I'm excited to see this. I do have some questions, and I assume I know the answers, but I just want to hear it from the horse's mouth, so to speak. So this pilot program that'll be going on, when it concludes, I assume we as council will get a report on the successes and the failures and that kind of thing. Am I correct in that assumption?
Yes, that is correct. What we're looking to do is we've gotten kind of our Public Works a report of maintenance that they've had to do over to the restrooms and the parks over the last 3 years. We're going to take a period of time that's similar to the time that we're going to be having this 6-month pilot program, and then compare it to what the pilot program has now been able to achieve. We're also part of the process that the security companies are going to be doing is they're going to be giving us also reports on kind of what's going on in the park, what they've had to address, and they're going to be working closely with our Public Works and our police department whenever there's any issues. So we're going to have all that reporting as well. So we'll come back to City Council with that report.
Okay, and then this security company, Lions, should we vote to approve them, they're going to focus on those specific parks that have been listed in the staff report. I'm assuming that our paid city park rangers, and I think we have 3 of them left, maybe 2 now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
3.
will be able to dedicate their time in the remaining parks.
Yeah, so the goal with that would be that they could, that they would have a little bit more free time to be able to address issues in those parks that are not, that have that kind of a high vandalism rate. But also dedicate a lot of the responsibility of the park rangers is to be out there for our permitted users, and then our park users, the folks that rent the shelters, folks that rent the soccer fields. And so whenever there's been issues in the past, that kind of takes them away from that responsibility of dealing with, certain situation that might be happening at a park that a security company can deal with, or, either security or a police department can deal with. Sometimes it's not a high priority that needs to be addressed by a police department, so it might take a little longer for them to get out there. Now we're going to have a security company help address those issues. So yes, they'll be able to be at the other parks, but also just give a little bit more attention to our park users.
Again, I'm really happy after 7 years, we're finally getting to the nexus of this issue that's seemed to be so perplexing for our city. Hopefully this will take us forward in the right direction. So I'll second.
All right. Yes.
I have a question, John, and that is, their staff report mentions that Lions has proven experience with other municipalities. Would you be able to tell us some other municipalities that Lions contracts with?
Yes, absolutely. I have that in here. Let me see here. They work with Aliso Viejo, Anaheim, Costa Mesa, Huntington Beach, Irvine, Laguna Beach, Moreno Valley, Newport Beach, Orange, Paris, Sacramento, and Santa Ana.
That is some really considerable company there that we would be in. And I think, we had a resident come earlier and express that they started going to Irvine parks because they found the conditions of our parks to be not satisfactory for them. So I think that this would probably be a very positive step forward for us in making sure that we're able to secure our park property and also make sure that we're able to continue supporting the needs of the folks that use our parks. As we know, we have daylight hours and daylight savings and daylights change, and it's important for us to be able to make sure that we can provide access to these spaces recreationally for our residences for as much of the day throughout the year as possible. Thank you, John.
Mm-hmm.
If I may also, I am very happy to see that Hastur Basin Park would be, and also for Pioneer Park getting some love in this aspect, because it's really needed. And not to mention with our parks coming in, making sure that we're securing those parks and making sure that everything's nice and tidy and kept, well maintained as well. I think that's very important. So I just want to thank you guys for that. And I do agree with George. It's important that we know the information in the reports, what's going on in our parks, how can we solve these issues, what are common things that are occurring, and so thank you. I look forward to that.
We will be going to our annual retreat very soon, and I've indicated to our consultant the top on my priority this year is budget. Budget. We have a shrinking budget, and I'm very price sensitive. I heard a speaker tonight talk about salaries, and where are we going to find the money for that? And it pains me to think about it, but the issue is raised very appropriately, and we are here to spend taxpayers' dollars. And Agenda 19, Item 19, we're going to curtail somebody's civil rights because they're a smoker. Well, smokers pay taxes just like everybody else. Are we ready to vote up or down that? We'll have a discussion on that later. But item number 8, we're spending the public money, and it's non-smokers, smokers paying into our budget to spend for security for our parks. And this is a lot of money. If you divide it into 6 months, that's $30,000 a month. We don't know what we're getting yet. It's a pilot project. I have no doubt that we vetted the contractor, Lions Security, appropriately. And I think they'll do a good job, but I'm not ready to spend this money. And if it comes back 6 months later after this project, this pilot project, and we're out of $180,000 something dollars, and we didn't really get what we paid for, and the public's not happy, we're going to vote it down. But for now, I'm going to play the skeptic and vote it down. I'm more inclined to vote it up after our budget retreat. but not this time.
Stephanie, I have
Yeah,
a follow-up
sure.
question. Thank you, Mayor. John, we've brought up that we have 3 park rangers.
Mm.
Are our park rangers trained and certified to be security guards?
No, they're not.
And you mentioned that their primary duty is to help facilitate activities that take place in parks, especially with regards to our rentable facilities, right? So, sorry, John.
Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you, John. So what would be the typical protocol if one of our park rangers, while they're doing their typical duties, which 3 park rangers for all of these parks and all these facilities is already a lot, so they're already pretty stretched out pretty thin. What is the protocol for them if they encounter a situation where park property is being damaged?
So if it's in progress, the protocol for them is to document and then to contact our police department as soon as possible. They are not to approach the situation. They're not trained to do so. They're generally entry-level staff. So they mostly is to document. Now, if they come across it after it's happened, a lot of it is just more reporting. If there's graffiti in the restrooms, there's damage to the restrooms, is reporting it to the proper departments, whether it be Public Works Department or Police Department, if there's something more criminal to it. But for the most part, it's just to observe and report.
Thank you, John. And, we bring up public safety a lot in the conversations that we have here. And, sometimes we get residents that are really exhausted because of repeat issues with vandalism and trespassing issues brought apart by sometimes unhoused people. And we know a lot of that frustration ends up becoming that they try to report these things and they try to get action quickly, and those reports end up going to law enforcement. But they have their own method and system of prioritizing calls, and so often folks get really frustrated and they think that nothing is happening and that their concerns aren't being listened to. But in getting security guards for our parks, John, do you believe that we would be able to handle a lot more of these concerns and perhaps assuage some of the concerns that our community has with regards to the responsiveness from the city about things like vandalism?
Yeah, I do believe so. Again, for example, our park rangers, there's 3 of them, but it doesn't mean there's 3 of them all on staff at one time.
Okay.
There's 3 of them that rotate throughout the day and mostly the weekends. On the weekends, we have 2 of them working, and they are part-time employees. With the security officers, we're going to have more eyes on the park more often, and their job is going to be specifically to maintain communication with our police department, with our department, with Public Works Department, and addressing security at the park. So they won't be dealing with any of the park users as far as permits or buildings that need to be open or any of that case. That's what our park rangers do. But their specific job duty will be to secure the park.
Thank you for clarifying the division of duties, John.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I think this is an opportunity to kind of grow the synergy between the different departments, and adding this in, I think, will bring a lot of peace of mind to the residents and make the residents feel heard, because I know this is an issue and a topic that comes up a lot with our constituents. I'm always grateful and appreciative that Garden Grove really kind of steps out ahead and out front with these pilot programs, and we have some quite successful ones in the city, and this, I believe, will be added to that list. With that, we have a motion and a second.
Motion received with 5 yes votes and Councilmember Dovin voting no.
We're going to take a quick 5-minute recess. I've had a couple of asks, so we'll be back in 5. Thank you. All right, thank you, everybody. We'll go ahead and reconvene to public hearings, and that will take us into item 15.
Item 15 is adoption of a resolution amending user fees for engineering and grading plan check services. And Finance Director Patricia Song is here to provide that report.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you tonight is a resolution to amend 5 existing engineering-related user fees within 3 categories. Those are plan check, final map check, and grading plan check. So as the City Council has established, financial health and sustainability is the baseline principle that guides all council priorities, and achieving that goal rests on 3 core pillars. Those are disciplined spending, stable revenue base, and effective cost recovery. Regularly reviewing and updating user fees is one critical component of ensuring cost recovery. I want to remind everyone that user fees are not taxes, nor are they assessments imposed on general public. Instead, they are charges for specific services that are voluntarily requested and that are primarily benefit individual users or groups. For that reason, it would not be equitable for the general taxpayer to subsidize those costs. Accordingly, the City Council has consistently supported the principle of full cost recovery. The 5 fee adjustments proposed tonight relate to engineering services under Section 4 of the city's current fee schedule and are directly tied to development-related activities. Because development activity levels can fluctuate significantly, these services are primarily provided through contracts rather than city staff. These contracts, the city currently contracts with 2 engineering firms selected through competitive processes to perform engineering review, final map check, and grading plan check services, and those are on as-needed basis. To ensure timely service delivery and maintain quality control, designated city staff coordinate and manage these contracts. The current contracts became effective on January 1st, 2026, and showed increased rates compared to prior agreements. The proposed fee adjustments are intended to align city fees with these higher actual costs. And in addition, because the multi-year contracts include built-in CPI escalators, staff is also proposing corresponding fee increases over the next 5 years to maintain full cost recovery. The detailed cost analysis is provided in Schedule A of the resolution. So we're proposing the changes to the user fees include increase of the engineering plan check and final map check fee from the current $155 per hour to $187 per hour in 2026, with a 4% annual escalator through 2030. And also increase the grading plan check fee from the current $145 per hour to $187 per hour in 2026, also with a 4% annual escalator through 2030. In order to implement these 5 engineering user fee increases, staff is requesting that the City Council conduct the public hearing and adopt the resolution approving the proposed fee adjustments. This concludes my report, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for the report. Colleagues, any questions of staff before I open the public hearing? Okay. Seeing none, we will go ahead and open the public hearing. Is there anyone tonight wishing to speak on item number 15? Come on up.
Well, I'm just want to mention that if we don't have to contract it out, it would be nice to have in-house as much as possible. But if you have to contract out, you have to contract out. But the question is, could you hire some part-time staff or some others that could be working for the city so that there's a little more control instead of just contracting it out? That's one point. The second point is the overall budget. The overall budget is you have contracted services, you have city employees, and you have supplies and materials and stuff like that. I think we need, you in the overall scheme of things, you need to consider aligning, for instance, she read the point that there's going to be an automatic increase from, or it's going to go from this to this amount to that amount. I think it would be great if the city could, in its overall budget plan, could make sure that the increases in fees, in salaries, in contract negotiations, et cetera, be across the board the same. So if there is a 7% increase for the city manager, there should be a 7% increase for everybody, including the contracted fees. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wishing to speak on this item? All right, with that, we will close the public hearing. Colleagues, questions of staff, comments? Second? Second. I have a motion and a second. Did you have a question?
I do have a point of clarity, and I hopefully Omar could help us with this. But we just had a speaker that mentioned increases across the board with regards to contractors' fees. But am I correct, Omar, that we are limited in how much we can increase fees because of legislation and because of other reasons? Could you explain that a little bit, just for the sake of clarity on this issue?
Yeah, so the city's fees cannot exceed the cost of providing the services that we provide. And so normally we can do CPI because we know that, the cost of living across the board is increasing to everyone by that metrics. And so it's safe to say that we're not going to increase it higher than what it costs us to continue to provide the same services. And the reason why we contract out is because these contractors are engineers and plan checkers, and the amount of development and applications that we get varies over time. So whenever we have more applications, we need the outside consultants to be able to cut the slack. But when we don't have enough applications, then these contractors don't do any work. So that's why whenever you have contracts come forward, they are not to exceed, and our contracts specify with these contractors that we don't require them to do a minimum amount of work. It's as work comes in, and we don't pay them if they don't do any work.
All right, thank you. That was a good question. Thank you, City Attorney Sandoval. All right, with that, we have a motion and a second. Call for the vote, please.
Motion received, 6 yes votes.
All right, that takes us on to public hearing item number 16.
Item number 16 is a public hearing for approval of an updated military equipment use policy and a second reading and adoption of ordinance number 2972. And City Attorney Sandoval will provide a report.
Yes, Mayor, members of the City Council, this is really quickly. This has come before you multiple years now, and this is your second reading. We do require a public hearing, but just for the public, this is a requirement state law that the City Council approve a military use policy, which includes all of the equipment that the state determines is considered military in nature. The last revisions that we've done to this policy is simply to add the drones that the police department now utilizes. Nothing else really has changed since a year and a half ago. But again, we're required to have a public hearing pursuant to state law. So if you have any questions, the chief can answer them. If not, then the mayor can open a public hearing, hear public testimony, and after you close the public hearing, if you don't have any other questions, we can move the item.
Okay, very good. Questions of staff?
And Mayor, before we open the public hearing, I'd like to just read the ordinance title into the record.
Please.
Thank you.
Sorry.
So this the adoption of ordinance number 2972, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Garden Grove adopting an updated Garden Grove Police Department military equipment use policy pursuant to Government Code 7071 and rescinding ordinance number 2960. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions before I open the public hearing? All right, seeing none, we will open the public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on this item? All right, seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Council members, discussion or a motion?
I hate that they have to do this every year, but I'll move it.
I'll second. Call for the vote.
Motion received, 6 yes votes.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. All right, that takes us into items for consideration. Number 17.
Item 17 is award of contract to Siemens Industry, Inc. for maintenance services of the Siemens HVAC systems in city-owned buildings. And Deputy Director Sam Kim is here to provide the report.
Madam Mayor and members of City Council, tonight City Council is being asked to approve a contract to Siemens Industries for servicing city-owned heating, ventilation, and air conditioning systems. These systems consist of a proprietary software, hardware, and internet controls only serviced by Siemens Industries, which qualifies them as a sole source vendor. Currently, 25 city-owned buildings are operated using Siemens HVAC systems and controls. Services include 24/7 on-call services, emergency services, preventive maintenance, software upgrades, city director support, and city staff training. The contract will provide city priority service with a 30% discount on labor and a 60% discount on parts. This contract will help protect the city's investment through minimizing energy use, reducing operational costs, and system downtime. Therefore, it is in the city's best interest to issue a sole source contract with the Siemens Industries to service the existing HVAC systems at city-owned buildings in accordance with the municipal code provisions. The negotiated professional services agreement is for $209,710 for 3 years, with the options to extend the agreement for an additional 2 years, for a total performance period of 5 years, totaling $370,270. Funding is available in the Public Works Facility Division's adopted operating budget for this fiscal year. This concludes the staff's report, and staff is here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for the report. Colleagues, any questions or comments? Yes.
Just clarifying, this is a budgeted item that was already budgeted for,
Yes,
right?
sir. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll move it. I'll move it.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Motion received, 6 yes votes.
All right, that takes us on to item 18.
Item 18 is approval of an amendment to the city manager employment agreement and adoption of a resolution amending the salary schedule, and City Attorney Sandoval will provide the report.
Thank you.
Mayor, members of the City Council, before you is an amendment to the city manager's employment agreement, and it has 3 general updates or adjustments. The first one is to adjust the compensation to $346,433 per year. The second one is to have the city provide contribute to the maximum to the 457B deferred compensation contribution as permitted by law. And the third one is to provide a lump sum of 80 hours of vacation beginning March of 2026 and every March thereafter. Those are the major changes to the contract, although the other provisions of the contract remain the same. I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have, and HR Director Janie Lee is here to assist me if you ask me a question I can't answer.
Okay, very good. Colleagues?
I want to acknowledge the city manager's service and leadership. Thank you for all you do. With that said, I do want to address the past year was very difficult for our regular bargaining groups. Negotiations were challenging, and for many of our employees experienced a tough process, as we saw many of them fill our chambers. When the time comes to return the negotiations with our bargaining units, it is important for me that we are playing fair across the board, and that we are as willing to show recognition and good faith for our workforce as we are here tonight with our city manager. As an act of good faith, I will be supporting this item tonight.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other comments? Councilwoman?
So this is just for the record. We did not vote this lightly. We did have study. We look at all the city in our area. So I just want to bring it for the record that the council member already have a review ahead and talk to our staff what we need to do to get to this point. And I totally agree with council member Yesenia talking on and Ariana talking about being fair. So moving forward, I support this because I know our city manager have done awesome job. At any time we need something, we always were able to get the information from you, from the staff quickly. So I support this, but at the same time, for the people out there, I think we have to think, like in the future when we vote, we have to think a little bit and so that we recognize our employee all around you. Thank you.
Yeah, and I echo Councilwoman Williamton and Councilwoman Tran's sentiments. When you get into these bidding wars, and unfortunately in city governments and whatnot, cities typically will tend to undermine each other and steal their valuable employees away, whether it be in public works, whether it be in the police department, or whether it be our city manager. They're gonna come offering, more money, more, everything. Quite frankly, I thought this was more than fair. I think our city manager does an outstanding job, day-to-day basis. I'm sure there are some employees who disagree with me. That's gonna happen in any situation. You have a boss, and sometimes when you run a tight ship, sometimes it's good to have a good cop to play juxtaposed to your bad cop thing, going, but it's all management style and it comes down to that. But so I think she's been doing an outstanding job. I have 0 complaints, which is unusual for me. Comes through 99.9% of the time whenever you need something, done. Thinks outside the box. And quite frankly, if we don't give her a pay raise, another city's going to steal her from us. And having that stability on in our city is really just crucial in so many ways. Long-term goals, long-term plans, just the day-to-day, runnings of the city. And so I think it's more than fair. I would love to see everybody in the city get a 10% raise. If I had a magic wand, I would do that. And I would do it happily. But unfortunately, we are constrained by finances and all the other things. Councilman Dovin made some outstanding points about budget management, and I concur wholeheartedly, but sometimes you gotta bite the bullet. So anyway, I go along with this, and I'm happy to do so.
Councilman?
If anybody else wants to talk, I'll go last.
Oh,
You want to go ahead?
Well, my senior colleague would like to go last, but I do want to make sure that first and foremost acknowledge Lisa's service and commitment to the city of Garden Grove, because these have been times that have been very difficult for our city management, for all of our city staff and employees, for the people up here in our roles as public-facing servants. And this is a position that constantly requires more and more from the people that work for our city, Lisa included. And I want to make sure that I commend Lisa for keeping us stable and helping prevent us from being a headline like some of our neighboring cities. I will not name names, but it's a difficult time to be running a municipality alongside of us. So I want to commend Lisa on her day-to-day. But I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge the concerns of our employees. And I know that they wouldn't be here if this isn't something that they're obviously passionate about and they're concerned about, because the reality of what we're seeing these days and what everyone else is experiencing collectively in our community means that we're all suffering a little bit more. And what I like about Garden Grove is that we're a city where we work to hire the best people. We have lifers, and we try our best to also hire people from within our community. And it is more and more difficult to afford to be able to exist in this community. And so I hope that as we go forward, and we also take this into consideration as a council, that we consider how our employees have been facing these times, and that we do our best to make sure that we are rewarding them commensurately for their work and make sure that they're still able to live and make a living in the city. So George, we better hope that magic wands don't exist between now and the next round of contract negotiations, because I might just hold you to that 10%. I'm watching. But with that said, I want to thank all of you guys for being here. Know that I see what you guys do. I appreciate you guys so much, and I hope that as we go forward, we're going to be able to continue working together to make our city a better place and make it a place that you guys enjoy working in, where you guys feel valued and being respected. Thank you, guys.
Councilman.
Thank you, Ariana, and the rest of the council and mayor. I'll be brief. We'd like to be the tide that raised all boats, but sometimes the tides are not evenly raised. So not all boats are going to come up all at the same time. But that doesn't mean that we don't appreciate all the services that you provide us day to day. You might be feeling a little underappreciated, and I will apologize for that, because I'm the bad cop. Tonight, George is the good cop, and he's giving away the farm. I've been the bad cop. I've been the one that's pushing back. It's collective bargaining. It's a process. I called for mediation. So if you want somebody to blame, I'm it. I'm the it guy. I made it difficult for you guys. But it doesn't mean that you don't deserve better. You do. You do. And we're working on it. As I say, it's a process. We're working on our annual budget. And us collectively, as a council, have to spend the taxpayers' dollars wisely. And we have to go item by item as it comes. This item, we voted up, and we're going to vote up tonight. We've done surveys like Councilwoman Tran has mentioned, and we are behind compared to other cities in Orange County. We're also behind on compensating our workers, okay? So we owe you that. I don't think there's an end-all be-all solution where 1, 2, 3 vote is going to take care of all our needs. It's going to be delayed somewhat, but we'll get caught up. We have faith in you, and you should have faith in us. I'm going to be here for a year and maybe beyond that. Maybe not. Maybe you're going to walk against me. I don't care. I'm going to vote my conscience every vote. So if I'm here the next round, I will reconsider again. This time, when you had your contract up, we had a new HR director. We had a new HR department, and we had a new consultant, and I recommended mediation. So we can work through all that, but next time, I think it won't be as difficult. So I think that we have a lot to look forward to. There's a partnership between us, the employee, of course the city manager. We rely heavily on her. If you know her workload, you wouldn't be envious at all. She works like 3 staffers. I call her when she's on vacation. I call her in the middle of the night. She sends out intelligence briefing to us day and night. I have to swallow that because we've had a lot of bad news recently. A lot. I can't disclose all of it, but we all get those texts. We have a lot to deal with. We have fires, we have disasters, we have officers injured in the line of duty. We have a lot to pray for. And we're all hurting a little bit, or a lot. So we gotta work through all these things. We see other cities in around this area and around the country. Do we want to be like them? I don't think so. And as a governing body, collectively, we've shown a lot of unity, a lot of respect for each other. We've worked through a lot of issues, and we're here celebrating the new year, Dead Festival rolling around. We want to be here, a city for everybody. We got people from around the world coming to us, Anyang, halfway across the world. You saw them here tonight. You saw centenarians being celebrated. You saw a former city assistant manager of Garden Grove recognized in a spotlight. She does all sorts of things outside of City Hall. She was here tonight getting her recognition. Lisa does a lot of things outside of City Hall. I was just watching her video clip back in October when she was promoting the fairs, the food fairs. And so you guys are just as deserving. So we owe you, and there'll be the next round, and there'll be more votes. So don't be disappointed. And we have to answer to everybody in this city, everybody. So it's a process, and thank you for your patience. I think Lisa's delivered on every promise since we've made her city manager. And I think she will continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate the comments from my colleagues this evening on this particular topic. And obviously, as mayor, I have the pleasure to work alongside the city manager very closely on a day in and day out basis. And I want to thank her for her steadfast leadership. It's not an easy job. We're a large city, and I'm very appreciative of her commitment to the city of Garden Grove. But of course, that doesn't mean that I don't also appreciate the diligent work of other departments. There is great worth in the climate and culture and the work ethic that our organization holds very dear and very true to. So with that being said, I see you and I value you, and we have more work to do, and hopefully we can keep the communication going. We're a team, and I definitely want to keep it that way. Thank you. With that, do we have a motion and a second? Maybe we already did? Cindy? Yeah. Okay, motion. Do we have a second? Did we already second? Oh, maybe we did that. Sorry. All right, motion and a second. Call for the vote.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Second.
I don't know. Okay, we have a motion. Yeah, we have a motion and a second. Thank you.
Motion received, 6 yes votes. Oh, better. Let me reset.
Where's the wand? Where's the wand?
Yeah, we have to change it to.
Oh, did it not? Oh, I moved on. Okay, let me reset it. Back to number 18. Redo
good
vote.
catch.
Go ahead. Yesenia. Councilmember Yesenia Muñoz. Motion received, 6 yes votes.
Okay, very good. Thank you. With that, we will move on to item 19.
Item 19 is introduction and first reading of an ordinance adding section 8.40.035 to chapter 8.40 of Title 8 of the Garden Grove Municipal Code to prohibit smoking in city parks. And the ordinance entitled, An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Garden Grove adding section 8.40.035 to chapter 8.40 of Title 8 of the Garden Grove Municipal Code to prohibit smoking in city parks. And we have City Attorney Sandoval to provide the report.
Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm not going to read the whole staff report. I'm just going to point out the changes to the code or the regulations that this ordinance would enact. Number one, it would prohibit smoking at city parks and smoking anything that you can smoke, basically. Would try to be all inclusive of the substances that are currently being smoked, and there's enough language that it will cover any new substances as well. It would apply to areas where we post signs that no smoking is allowed. And we do have community services already has updated the signs that you see around city parks. And once the ordinance is in effect, the signs will be replaced with new signs that include the no smoking and no vaping as well. So it also applies to electronic cigarettes. So vaping is also covered. In addition to that, it prohibits the disposal of smoking waste on city parks. So buds or, anything that's waste from lighting up a cigarette or even vaping, if there's any cartridges, none of that can be disposed on city parks on the ground. Well, if you can be smoking, you wouldn't even have one right in your possession. And the last thing it would do is that, let me see. Really, that's really all it does. And I just wanted to point out that it does apply to areas where we are going to be posting signs that no smoking would be allowed in addition to the other park rules. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. This item was brought to the City Council by Councilmember Muñetón, and if she has anything additional to say, she did approve the ordinance before it got on the agenda.
Thank you, City Attorney.
Yes.
Councilwoman?
Protecting the health and safety and overall well-being of our community, especially children and families who use our parks, is a key motivation behind this ordinance. I do want to be very clear because some folks may have seen recent articles, and based on the headlines and photos, they assume that this ordinance only applies to traditional smoking. That is not the case, as our city attorney has mentioned. This ordinance defines smoking broadly and intentionally. Smokes includes but is not limited to tobacco smoke, electronic smoke, smoking device vapors, marijuana or cannabis smoke, crack cocaine or heroin smoke, and other substances in any form. It also covers electronic or battery-operated devices such as e-cigarettes, vapes, and vape pens. The goal here is clarity and consistency in our parks, not confusion or selective enforcement. I want to sincerely thank our city attorney for the well-written and thoughtful work in this ordinance, as well as the various departments that provided input to work together as a team and bring it forward. This ordinance is about creating safer, cleaner, and more welcoming public spaces for everyone. I appreciate my colleagues' consideration of this item, and I hope I can count on your support tonight.
Thank you. Colleagues, anyone else? Councilwoman? We'll go her and then to you, Mary.
I'm really happy to support this ordinance, and I'm really proud of you, Yesenia, for bringing this up and for highlighting an issue that, as residents came and spoke about the issue presented, this is something that parents, that people that work with kids care about, that kids care about. Excuse me. I think it was really impactful at our September council meeting when we had so many people come and speak in favor of this item, that they came and showed us in their hands a jar full of all of the cigarette butts and the different kinds of debris and litter associated with smoking that they found just there in the around Magnolia Park. And that as a visual representation was really impactful. Just last weekend, we had the opportunity, the weekend before that, so MLK weekend, we had the opportunity to do a community cleanup for Hastur Basin. And I'll tell you, I was impacted even then to see how much litter related to smoking was being picked up by all of our volunteers, by us. And I mean, I remember seeing all the different cartridges there next to all of our native plants that we have there that are supposed to be there to help improve our environment. But then you have this vape cartridge that's right there next to all of our environmentally friendly plants. And it's kind of like, it gives you whiplash, right? A little bit of cognitive dissonance, because we're trying our best to also keep these parks as spick and span as possible for our residents, not just today, but in the long run. So, as the environmentalist on the council, I want to thank you for that, because that's an issue that is really close to me. That I want to make sure that we are keeping these spaces safe for us in the long run. And the litter and the debris is definitely a contributing factor to that. So, I'm very happy to be able to support this, and I would like to support you and second this motion.
Yeah, and I too would like to thank Councilwoman Muñetón for bringing this forward. You know, I honestly think it's something that we need to look at as a city. I'm kind of conflicted on this one, quite frankly. As far as looking at, you know, of course we want to keep the smoke away from kids, but that law is already on the books. Can't smoke within 25 feet of the play areas. We don't want the litter, but that law is already on the books. It's against the law to litter already. We had a speaker come in today and said he liked to smoke his marijuana at the park, playing Frisbee. Well, guess what? That's already illegal too, because they legalized the sale of cannabis in California, but you are required by that law to smoke it in the privacy of your own home. You can't smoke it out on the public streets. You can't smoke it in the parks. You can't. So those laws already exist. 20 years ago, I probably would have said this needs to happen because everybody smoked. But nowadays, I don't see anybody hardly smoking anymore. Most young people have gone to the vape. Most of the people I see smoking are elderly. And when I see them in the park, they're out there sitting in the shade, having their cigarettes. It's usually people from the senior facility that go over there because they can't smoke in the facility. And so I'm conflicted. I see kind of both sides on this, you know. I think the laws already are on the books. They're not readily enforced. I have some questions on who's going to start enforcing this. Are we going to require our police department to be the smoking police now too? And if we do, is it actually going to get enforced? Because quite frankly, the littering law isn't getting enforced. The marijuana smoking in the park, we had a guy here today saying he does it. It's against the law. Smoking within 25 feet of a playground at a park is currently illegal. And I'm assuming that it probably happens. With that being said, I totally see the good that it brings too. So I'm really curious to hear more from the rest of the colleagues, to hear what you guys have to say. But I do thank you for bringing it. This is a matter that needs attention, and we need some serious dialogue about it.
I'm going to miss you when you no longer on this board, because everything you said exactly what I was thinking of. The reason is, from the day one when Council Member Yesenia brought it up, I support 100% because I have seen people smoke, and when you stand next to them, you don't like that feeling. And so this is for our residents, and so that's why I support you. But today, when we heard that, one of the residents spoke up, and make you think a little bit, right? So, and then you share with the other law that we already have. So make me feel conflicting, and I would love to hear from the rest of the council member, Joe Dovin here. I don't know, what can we do so that way we could move forward, but most of the item that you mentioned is already there. So what is, I don't know, I would like to hear from Council Member Chudovin.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. I just want to confirm two things that Mayor Pro Tem Bradigan brought up, and then I'll have my comments. First is, Mayor Pro Tem stated there are already a couple of laws or ordinances on the book, anti-littering being one. The other is a distance of 20, 25 feet. Is that true, City Attorney?
25 feet, I know, is on the books today, is state law. And we do have it in our park rules, and the signs will actually do say that on the parks. The anti-littering, I'm not sure that it applies to city streets. There's anti-littering on freeways and state highways. I haven't, dug too deep in, we have a wall full of volumes of state laws, and so I
Right.
haven't memorized all of them, and I have not researched that particular issue. So I was only focused on our local parks.
Okay, I'm satisfied with that answer. The last question I want to ask City Attorney is, can we add more language to our postings or notices where we can have as an advisory, not an ordinance, just an advisory that out of consideration for other park users, that we would refrain from, one, littering and or smoking, or other forms of controlled substance we're talking about here. My concern is the enforcement of the ordinance once we pass it. There's going to be costs with enforcement. We're already looking at $180,000 for 6 months in security. Will the security services be enforcing, or will our police be asked to enforce? Plus the administrative cost when citations are issued. We're going to have a lot of angry residents, and there's going to be a lot of pushback. We did see some people in support of this ordinance when it was previously raised, but if we pass this, we might see some backlash, some serious backlash. And then we're going to have confrontations between residents who are going to try to enforce the ordinance themselves. A vigilante kind of justice. So the activism is welcomed, but the consequences may be unintended, that we would get an unfair application towards smokers. And as I've mentioned earlier in item number 8, is smokers are taxpayers too. They pay to have the use of their parks, just as non-smokers. So how are we going to discriminate against them and take away their civil liberties? And where does that end? So the one time, I think this is the first time, I happen to agree with Josh McIntosh. So this one's for you, Josh. You're sitting at home watching. Joe King is not joking. Joe King is serious about voting down this ordinance. However, I will substitute a motion if council members and mayor want to entertain it, and that is to set it down for 6 months after we have the security contractors on the job, and let them come back and report to us, as Mayor Pro Tem asked for a report. And we can vote on this 6 months down the road. Also, out of respect for absent council member Philip Nguyen, I want his feedback and his vote. We can have a split vote tonight. We can have 3 yes and 3 no. That's the potential where we're headed. Now, if the rest of the council say, no, let's vote on it tonight, I'm going to vote no and let the chips fall where they may. Or we can have this vote 6 months down the road with a full council, 7 members, and it will be decided. I don't think holding it off 6 months is going to hurt anything. I'm all for the activism, but as I've said in other votes, I'm going to vote my conscience, and I have to consider the interests of everyone in this city, everyone, including smokers. So if council want to entertain that substituted motion, I'd like to put it down for a vote 6 months out with a full council.
I would like to, I know I know most of you talked about how, it would be enforced and safety. If I can have Chief come out, and I would like to ask him a few questions in regards to the ordinance. I know this ordinance, like I mentioned before, it's not just going to be cigarettes, it's going to be other substances as well. So I just, I know that the police department, by routine, they go to our parks regularly and they encounter people out there. So, Chief, if I may ask, roughly about what, so how would this ordinance be of beneficial to you and the department? Because I feel, being able to approach strangers or people that are doing substances, I know, which usually happens, it's not usually just tobacco or marijuana. So I want to hear more of that feedback, because this is kind of that project that's leading into having a safer community. Now that we're a step closer to having renovated parks and safe spaces like restrooms and things like that, I know it has been an issue, right? In previous times, even with our restrooms being open, where you probably find illegal drugs in these places. Is that true, or what is your feedback?
So if I may, before the chief answers that question, we did spend a lot of time thinking about enforcement, and the ordinance stipulates that the enforcement will be by an infraction, meaning that there won't be an arrest by our police department, taking anyone to jail. It would be a citation, starting with a $100 fine for the first violation, $200 fine for a second violation within a 12-month period, and then $500 fine for the third and subsequent violations in a 12-month period. In addition, rather than issuing an infraction citation, in which, with that infraction, you get a notice to appear in court and you go before a judge and that you plead the case to it. It's basically like a moving violation under the vehicle code. If you get caught running a red light, it's a similar type of citation. The police officers and code enforcement officers are also able to issue administrative citations, which are basically civil citations, and they just pay $100 to the city, $200 for a second violation, $500 for a third and subsequent. So that's the way the ordinance is set up to be enforced. And I'll let the chief answer the question posed to him.
If I could interject just for a moment, because Omar, you did such an excellent job drafting all of this in conjunction with Councilmember Muñetón, and God, I love me a good ordinance and a good statute citation. So if we look at section 8.40.035 subsection B, definitions, under enforcement officers, we've been asking ourselves, who's going to enforce this? The answer is there. Shall have the same meaning as in section 8.40.080. So I pulled up the Garden Grove City Code section 8.40.080, Enforcement Officer Citation Authority. This chapter may be enforced by any city police officer, park patrol officer, or any other city officer or employee designated by the city manager to enforce the provisions of this chapter. So anyone that we have designated, that we decide to designate for this, including our, and correct me if I'm wrong, our contracted security folks, our code enforcement, our police department, would be able to issue these citations.
Yeah, so the city manager does have authority to designate enforcement officers, but in order for them to issue citations, they need to have training under the penal code.
Mm-hmm.
That's why we list the police officers first.
Mm-hmm.
Our code enforcement officers have that training. Our Park Patrol does not. So Park Patrol, even though they're listed, until they get that training, they won't be able to issue citations. So just so that the council knows, currently our code enforcement officers with the power to issue citations or arrests would be police officers and code enforcement officers.
Thank you, Omar.
I have a question as well. And this goes to Omar, probably the chief as well. So I'm a code enforcement officer, and I go to the park, and there's a gentleman there smoking. Hey, that's against the law. Let me see your license. And pound sand. Who the hell are you? Go away. Are you a cop? No, I'm a code enforcement. Leave it. I'm not gonna ID. And quite frankly, nobody will. Unlike a traffic citation where you have to have a driver's license on your person, being a pedestrian doesn't have that same requirement. So it's going to facilitate every time a call to the PD and a police officer to respond. I mean, I'm just getting real. So I get what you're doing here, and I see how it looks great, and there's going to be I'm sure, circumstances where the code enforcement officer will ask and the person will say, oh, yes, sir, here you go. That will happen. But the vast majority of the time, what's going to happen is they're going to say, no, I'm not going to tell you who I am. And it happens to police officers, too, every day. And, you know, police officers have a little more ways of dealing with that. Plus, we got to deal with the actual detention itself. It wasn't a lawful detention. It's an infraction. It's not a misdemeanor. It's not a felony. So, you know, you got all those issues that come into play as well. So I do get what it's trying to do, and I applaud the work that was done on this, but I'm looking at the reality of it. You come up to some gang member, code enforcement officer, a park ranger, hey, give me your license, I'm gonna write you a ticket. Go away. You're not going to get cooperation. And, you know, then the police are gonna have to come out anyway. So I'm just, you know, just pointing the truer picture of what is written and then what actually will end up happening for the council. Now, with that being said, I'm not necessarily against it. If we need the police to come out and do this, we need the police to come out and do this. I'm just trying to hear some justifications, because right now I haven't heard any of why we need this. I mean, littering laws exist, and they exist in parks too. The littering is a penal code, it's a misdemeanor, and it's on all public property, and it's on the streets. Okay, the staying away from kids, 25 feet, that law already exists. You're not allowed to smoke marijuana in public. You're supposed to do that in the privacy of your own home. Despite what the young gentleman said at comments today. So all that's already illegal. So I'm just looking for something more to justify going down this path and causing all this more issues with enforcement, with violation of, well, civil liberties, all the other issues, to justify this is all. That's all. I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm just waiting to hear something more.
If I can, I apologize to interrupt, but I know that Councilman Munitan had asked the chief, so let's get back to Chief Alfaro, and then we can continue. I appreciate the robust, you know, conversation here. Okay, Chief.
Yeah, in regards to the question, I would tell you it would probably not be an issue for the police department. We're ready to enforce any ordinance. If you look at most of our ordinances on the book, it's quality of life issues, and that's what really this is. And so as a council, if you're looking to maybe improve the environment at our parks, the police department is willing to support that. It's another tool in our belt for an ordinance to have, along with any other county or state statutes that we can enforce. And we often know many times that some of our contacts start with infractions and lead to more serious issues. So we welcome it, and we would not see it to be a problem. I don't anticipate us having many calls over this. I think most of it will be citizens calling in for service initially, but I don't anticipate a robust call regarding the smoking in the parks. I think our community somewhat polices themselves in that and have a courteous and respectful community. But if not, we'll welcome the opportunity to contact those who would be discourteous in our community.
Thank you, Chief. Do you have
You know, when we bring up these resolutions, again, as the chief mentioned, it boils down to quality of life, and I do believe that our goal collectively here is to do our best to continue to improve quality of life for our residents. And I do think about our ability to enjoy our parks in the long run. I think about the ability for our kids to be safe in the long run, and also what also our social responsibility is with our youth and folks that enjoy these spaces, right? This is another tool that our various departments can do. I know when we try to do something new, sometimes it feels like we're taking a really big bite of something impossible. But we have a very talented police department, a very talented code enforcement team that, they can walk and chew gum at the same time. And they're already out there enforcing so many other rules, and it's so many other ordinances. And this is another tool that they have to help continuing to make our lives better, to hopefully help curb some behavior that could potentially at some point become more dangerous behavior, and try to make our spaces safer for our community as a whole. And just a few months ago, we had Supervisor Janet Wynn come and visit us, and she urged us for our support and our assistance in helping her pass a bill here, an ordinance here at our local level that would, to some degree, touch on some of the items that we would be banning today, right? And the city as a whole for the sale of them, right? This is about the use of them, and just another part of a greater puzzle to improving our quality of life as a whole. So I hope that you'll consider how this one ordinance plays a larger role in the greater picture of us all collectively trying to make our communities a better place, because this is the jurisdiction that we have over our local parks. And we wouldn't be too far from the rest of our neighboring communities that have our own residents have come here and complimented them on the quality of their parks, and they have these very same ordinances. And there's no need to say that, hey, just because Irvine does it, we have to do it too. But we have received feedback that indicates, hey, we would like our public spaces to look a little bit more like this. And if it's within our power to do something to help get us closer to the satisfaction that our residents would like, and also help keep people safer, then that is a policy directive that we should consider and take on as council.
I think we heard it from Chief itself. It's a tool, one more tool for them to have. It's important. I mean, we're taking the right direction to improving our parks, and truly, this is an issue at Hastur Basin Park, at Pioneer Park. And these are parks that my children go to. These are spaces that I want to improve. I want to be able to say, this is a park that I go to run. This is the park that I go to take care of. This is where I, and I've seen it firsthand from that, going on a car ride along with a police department. I was able to see how they're able to pull into parks, how they're able to encounter people, how they're able to, citating people, like letting them know, like, this is not okay. The likelihood of them doing drugs on or smoking in the premises of a park is less, and it's and to your point, George, that this is already part of some laws that we can bring together to just reinforce it more. Why not? What harm will it do to our community that we're trying to make it this space nicer and better for our residents and frankly for the space. I mean, we're investing so much into our parks, into our restrooms, and it's my vision to just be able to say, you know what, I went to this new park and I enjoyed it this way, and we went to the restroom and I didn't have to worry about my children encountering anybody who was smoking or doing something other than just smoking. So I feel, frankly, as a mother, as a teacher, as a community, organizer, that I've been in our parks picking up cigarette butts. I've seen it firsthand, the police department approaching individuals who are smoking, which it's not always just tobacco. This is just another tool that they're able to utilize in order to get to have that opportunity to encounter bigger deals in our parks, happening in our parks. So with all means, I would really love for your support, or as I mentioned, if it's something that it's already in the books, why not enforce it even more? Our parks should be prioritized for our community, a safe space. It's like, if we go as a community because we feel safe, then we drive out all of those people that are not there for safe activity. And I've heard that from our police department. I've heard that from our public works. I've heard that from many individuals. You know, be present in your community, be active in your community, and you will drive off people that shouldn't be there for the right reasons. So I'm really, really hoping for you guys to, and I don't know why the reason, I mean, 6 months would be really, really far off. I know Philip will probably be back hopefully soon. It doesn't take 6 months for us to approve something like this. I think we should take the right step forward and, you know, champion this in order to have a safe space in our parks for our community. I think they deserve the best. I think we deserve the best.
Thank you to all of you for sharing your feedback. I totally agree with Councilmember Chodovin, just because the 6 months we're gonna help the other group to check and verify. At the same time, we're gonna hear from all council members. But if we have to vote tonight, you know, if that direction that we don't go, I have to say that I'm gonna have to support you. The reason is everything that you share, and some of this already in ordinance. The reason is I witnessed one of my uncle that passed away because smoking too much and it affected lung. I also support the non-smoking non-profit group around here. So for the resident out there, if you need help, I would be able to connect you to different groups that they would help you with stop smoking, and all of this are free to you. So yeah, so that's my comment today. Thank you.
All right, I'll be brief, but I like to go last because I like to hear everybody's opinion. But before I do that,
Was that a second on Joe's motion?
no, we haven't voted anything.
No, she was given a second to your motion.
My motion is to substitute it and table it for 6 months. You're seconding it? Okay, thank you for that. But since we have the chief, and I don't want to waste his time, it's very important that I get to hear from him on the record. And it's just to follow up on what you mentioned and what the chief already spoke to, which is the service calls. I am concerned about service calls, and apparently you don't think there will be an increase in service calls. And we don't have any numbers to say how many service calls you're getting now without this ordinance. And with this ordinance, if you anticipate an increase in service calls, I have full confidence that your department is more than capable of handling the what I would call the law enforcement consequences or fallout of this ordinance. But I'm not ready. I'm not politically ready to handle the fallout. And I don't think the legal department is ready to handle the fallout. And so I have justifications because not just Cindy, but maybe others will back up my substituted motion for these reasons. First, I think this ordinance is overly broad. And this is for the city attorney to review, but I want a second reading and a third reading where each of us can give our revisions to it. Now, I did cut off Councilwoman Cindy Tran one time when we had another resolution, and I got to revise it, but she didn't get to because she thought she could do it on the dice, and I apologize for that. That's wrong of me. I want everybody to be able to weigh in if you want to revise the language. This is the first time I see this ordinance. The very first time, right? I didn't read it yet. And I think it's overly broad. So that's one reason why I want to table it. Second reason is I want to see what the other cities are passing. I heard Irvine. I want to know other cities who have something similar. I haven't seen any of the ordinance. So you can't deny me that. I need that opportunity, and I want to give every council member here, including Council Member Philip Nguyen, the same opportunity to review this ordinance and any other similar ordinances. This is what I want the city staff to bring back. 3, I do not want to trigger an ACLU lawsuit. There's enough room here to trigger that. Now let me read for you, page 4, section 3. If you don't understand this gobbledygook, I want it rewritten in accordance with the ordinance we just passed about clarity. Now let me read it to you, and you guys tell me if you understand this. Section 3 on page 4. If any section, subdivision, paragraph, sentence, clause, or phrase of this ordinance is for any reason held to be invalid or unconstitutional, such decision shall not affect the validity of the remaining portions of this ordinance, period. The City Council hereby declares that it would have passed this ordinance and each section, subdivision, paragraph, sentence, clause, and phrase thereof, irrespective of the fact that any one or more, in parentheses, section, subdivision, paragraph, sentence, clause, or phrase had been declared invalid or unconstitutional. Tell me if you understood that.
That's a severability clause.
What is a severability clause? Please explain.
Joe. Oh,
I'm
my
not going
goodness.
back and forth with you. I'm talking to the city attorney right now and the full
okay.
council.
Omar, could you please explain to us what a severability clause is?
Let me just say, we can just remove that. That provision is already in our municipal code, so I can just refer to our municipal code. Basically, what it says is that if a court decides that one provision of the ordinance is invalid, that provision is invalidated, but not the whole ordinance.
Okay, let me boil it down to you. It means that if anything is found invalid or unconstitutional by anybody who challenge it,
No, it has to be by a court of law.
but anybody can bring a lawsuit, Omar.
Correct.
Anybody, including ACLU, can bring a lawsuit and
I'm not-
challenge the constitutionality of this ordinance.
That's correct. But state law already has indicated that the city council can adopt more restrictive laws, more restrictive smoking laws, and smoking is already heavily regulated in the state of California. You can't do it in places of employment, and all the challenges have already been upheld.
Including parks?
Including parks, yes.
Show us those
Okay.
case laws.
I can do that.
That's why I say I am justified in tabling this 6 months out.
Okay.
To give our city attorney enough time to come back with the case law so I can feel confident to defend it politically and legally.
Understood. And for the record, if there is any provision that the council asked me to put forward that is, in my opinion, unconstitutional or not authorized by the Constitution or the state law, I would tell you, and I would tell you that I would not recommend that you adopt it.
Now, having brought this issue up, Section 3, page 4, to which the city attorney answered, we can just remove it. That is the revision I would propose. Now, I want other council members the same opportunity to revise based on their opinion of how they think this ordinance will impact our city. Why should I have the only person to have the opportunity to revise it? I just revised it, and I asked for Section 3 to be removed. And I will also ask, page 3, smoking. Definition on the first paragraph. Smoking means the release of gases, particles, or vapors into the air as the result of combustion, electrical ignition, or vaporization, and or inhaling, exhaling, burning, or carrying any lighted, heated, or ignited cigar, cigarette, cigarillo, pipe, hookah, electronic smoking device, or any plant product, including but not limited to tobacco, cannabis, or other combustible substance in any form intended for human inhalation. Question to the chief. Are you going to search people for these paraphernalia?
We would only conduct searches when legally authorized to, based on the circumstances of the stop.
And for an administrative citation, are you authorized legally to conduct a search?
For an infraction on the surface level, no. There would probably have to be more for a reasonable suspicion search on an individual.
What about a seizure?
Well, when we're seizing someone and we have the authority to search them, we certainly will if we feel there's an elevated crime at that time.
What about removal of the person?
What do you mean by removal
Arrest.
of the person? Arrest? They would
Removal
have to
of the
commit an
premises because
infraction
they have
in it.
paraphernalia.
No, they would be cited on this ordinance. They would be cited, given an infraction, and be told to be on their way. If they escalated the situation that would rise to the level of an arrest, we certainly would do that.
My reading of this ordinance authorizes you to arrest them. Search, seizure, and habeas corpus removal. This ordinance clearly says so. Go ahead, attorney.
It does not,
How do I know that?
because it's only allowed for an infraction, not an arrest for a misdemeanor, which is.
This ordinance is unclear as to that point in my reading. I want clarity. I'm going on the ordinance which is passed last week or last meeting. This is unclear to me. For all these reasons, and I need to say no more, I want to table it. That's my motion.
Okay.
So if I can give clarity on an infraction, sometimes there are individuals who insist on being taken before a magistrate at the time of the infraction, and we certainly will do so per their request. And that becomes a physical arrest, but that is based on that person's request to see the magistrate immediately.
Thank you, Chief, and we don't know whether that will happen or not. And that is for law enforcement to make on the ground in real time, not for us to determine.
Clarification on the failure to ID component that I talked about earlier on the infraction. You have somebody who's not going to give you their ID. They're not required to have one because they're not driving a motor vehicle. How would the police officer go about obtaining that suspect's information and writing that administrative citation or infraction?
Well, that would certainly be a case-by-case basis, but, you know, our officers are well-trained not to escalate a situation when we're talking just about an infraction. We would obviously ask for the compliance. If they didn't, they continue to refuse, they would probably just be asked to leave the park. I don't think we would escalate that situation and place the officers, the department, or the city in a liability situation.
Yeah, but you do see where it kind of.
I understand that, but I understand that, but, you know, those are far and few between when we meet individuals who want to be that uncooperative with law enforcement when we make contact with them. I really do think this is a quality of life issue. Parks, we are improving them across our city. Our children play there, and you know, it's up to the council what they want to do as far as the safety and well-being of all the community members who participate in our parks and in the enjoyment therein.
If I can for a second, I haven't had an opportunity to share my thoughts yet. I've wanted to let everybody have the robust dialogue, so I'm going to sneak in here and share a few thoughts. There's quite a bit of this that I have no problem with, but then I think the area that hangs me up a bit is the enforcement. I have every faith in the world in our Garden Grove Police Department to handle this with the utmost professionalism and see this through should we vote on this or not. But I don't know that that's the responsibility of our Garden Grove Police Department. When we have a very large city with so many other things going on, so many things where I think their attention needs to be, where their training lies, where they are keeping the community safe. I think this is, again, quality of life, but a subset from that. I just don't know that that falls under the day-to-day purview of a Garden Grove police officer. I think there's more important work for them to be doing in their distinguished roles. So I don't know if this was discussed, and Omar, we just passed obviously the park security. And I agree with George. I don't think a code enforcement officer is hanging around the parks all that often, and if they are, I don't think there's going to be a lot of, well, there will be a lot of pushback from a person perhaps. Can the park security enforce this?
Quick answer today, no.
Is that something that we can have them do, and is that something that we could change to add that into their tasks when they're...
We would have to change their classification and description of their jobs, and which will include training under the PC 136, 137, basically the power to arrest. It's basically training under constitutional laws, the, you know, Fourth Amendment, Sixth Amendment.
John, did you have a...
Yeah, I just want to reiterate what Omar mentioned. Currently, right now, it's not under their scope, and they would have to have that specific certification, and that's what we'd have to see if that company actually does that type of enforcement to be able to do so.
Okay.
Because I believe it's would they be citing?
And they wouldn't be citing in any other way within the parameters of their position.
So the citation, The citation only carries with it a fine, no jail time.
Right.
Okay. And when you get cited, you have to sign a notice to appear, and you agree that you will appear on the date that the officer puts in that citation, and normally it's about 30 days. But the individuals being cited can decide not to sign the agreement to appear on that date, and instead require that they be taken before a magistrate that same day. And that at that point, yeah, the officer would have to make the arrest so that the person can be booked and then be taken to a magistrate. I'm not sure I've ever seen that. It seldom happens. Most people will simply sign the citation, get their copy, and move along. In addition to that, we have administrative citations in our code, and any violation of our code can be cited either as either misdemeanor, or in this case it would be an infraction, but then code enforcement officers have the authority to issue a civil citation or civil fine. And both our police department and our code enforcement officers can do that as well. But the law still requires that the training be, that only officers with the training can issue those administrative citations. And the administrative citations basically are civil fines, and they can appeal them. We have hearing officers that hear those, and then the decision of the hearing officers can be appealed to Superior Court. And we've had a few of those, and my office would handle the defense of those. The difference between enforcing state law is that when our police department cites a state law violation, the citation goes to the DA's office. 90% of the time, if it's not a felony, the DA will not prosecute, and the cases are dismissed. If it's in the municipal code, then my office enforces it, and I have 2 attorneys that are specifically assigned to assist our police department or court enforcement department to actually follow the misdemeanor and show up in court. And if we have, so that's the difference. If it's on our municipal code, we will be enforcing it through our police department and court enforcement officer. If it's penal code, vehicle code, it gets enforced by the district attorney's office. Excuse me?
I said Judge Omar's court.
No. No, we enforce it in front of the Superior Court, but we are the prosecutor. My office is.
Do you have another question?
I'll be brief. This is a close out, if I may, and we can go to a vote. I'm reading from page 2, section 2. Section 8.40.035 is hereby added to chapter 8.40, regulations regarding the use of City of Garden Grove Park facilities of Title 8, Peace, Safety, and Morals of the Garden Grove Municipal Code to read as follows. I mentioned the word morals. I emphasize it because we're talking about morality here, which can be in the form of a strong advisory posted. We don't need an ordinance. We do have a prerogative to propound certain morals. That's a part of the activism, but it doesn't have to be encoded in an ordinance, which I think creates more problem than it solves. And I'm going to end with a parable. In the Vietnamese culture, we say there's a blanket, okay? A blanket. It's only so big. If you cover your head, your toes are going to be exposed. If you cover your feet, your head's going to be exposed. You can't cover 3-5 people at a time. We have limited resources. I am completely justified in my own mind of tabling this 6 months out after our annual retreat. After we look at all of the consequences and after everybody gets to weigh in on whether they want to revise this. I have 5 different ways I want to revise it, and I don't want to waste anybody's time because I will submit it between now and, say, a couple of weeks' time or a little bit longer. Who's to say this won't pass 6 months down the road? What's the hurry? We haven't had this ordinance for how long since the city existed? The roof hasn't fallen down. What's the hurry? My substituted motion is pending. Free to vote it up or down.
Did you have another question?
No, I just want to second that earlier, so.
I would
question,
like
yes.
to make a point. And this is a point of clarity for our community because you guys have watched all of us had a very robust conversation with regards to this policy item. And I want to be very clear that I'm kind of concerned about some of the conversation that we've had up here. Because we receive this agenda when it's made available to the public, and this was made available to us end of last week. And we have the opportunity between then and now to do our due diligence as your representatives to look over the content and the subject matter of the items on these agendas. We have the opportunity to meet with our city staff, to relay with them any questions that we might have with regards to the subject matter, so that when we are on this dais and we are having conversations, we are having them as prepared and ready as we can, because that's our duty to you guys as our constituents. So I would just hope that, because I see the writing on the wall here, when we are conducting these conversations, that we all come prepared to have these conversations in respect for each other's time, but mostly with respect for our residents, our city staff. And that's where I will leave that.
1 second, he'd asked, and then you can go after.
I will rebut that directly. This is open discussion time for the public's benefit. This is not for my benefit, done behind the scene in closed session or at agenda review. I'm doing this on the dais. Because this is protected speech when I'm doing it on the dais, and I'm doing it for the public interest. Not for you, not for me. For the public interest, I need to air all this publicly on the dais. So it doesn't matter if I do it behind the scenes and I read every word or I didn't. Doesn't matter. I can read it right here and now, okay? And if I wanted to, I can spend the next hour reading all of this, but I won't waste your time. I am doing my due diligence on the dais, publicly recorded, so people at home can hear it. So people can review it, and they do actually watch Garden Grove TV Channel 3. And as part of the record, I am reading into the record the portions I object to, which the city manager have already agreed that we don't need it. And if we're going to pass an ordinance on clarity, we better apply it across the board on every ordinance. Otherwise, what's the point of spending months and months to pass a clarity ordinance if we ain't going to use it? I'm going to use it. I just used it right here on the dais tonight. And we will continue to do that as long as I'm on this dais. This ordinance is unclear on its face, prima facie. I've revised it in real time, and I will continue to do that as appropriate, along with other council member who needs the same opportunity to answer to their constituents, district by district. The public needs more time to read this also. Don't tell me they understand all this. The enforcement part of it is not understood. The impact on our budget is not understood. The training part on our park ranger who has to go through training if they're going to issue citation is not here. And that's why the mayor rightly raised the point of enforcement. It's not clear. What's the hurry? I'm not here to criticize anybody or judge anything. I am just asking for more time so everybody can weigh in, including the public who shall be impacted by this ordinance. Not just non-smokers, but smokers too, who also pay taxes to us. So let me end there. Please.
Yeah, and I was going to say similar. We do get 5 days, and Councilwoman Aristagi makes a good point. We need to be focused in when we get to these meetings. I am not accusing anyone of not doing that. I think we all are. And sometimes, I find myself asking questions for the benefit of the cameras, so the public knows. I know the answer, but I ask the question anyway of staff, or I already know. And I think Joe is pretty much doing the same thing in his case. He's making statements. He knows the answer. He already had a gender review. He's already gone through, but I think he might be making it for the good of the public. But with that being said, I am not against a smoking ban. I'm not. I had a lot of problems with that I've already articulated. I think it's redundant, personally, on this particular ban. I think a lot of things are already there that, ban things. Don't come to a city council meeting and admit to committing crimes on TV, please. That's probably another thing we should bring up. But I'm not against it. I do think, out of respect for Councilman Dovin and Councilwoman Cindy Tran, I think I am not opposed to kicking this down for 6 months and letting everybody have a bite of the apple and maybe writing it to be more appropriate or to their taste. Chime in on things they like and don't like, and then bring it back in 6 months. And so I'm supportive of the secondary motion.
All right, just 1 second. I do believe at the heart of this that Councilwoman Muñoton's idea of bringing this forward was very pure at heart. I do think the best interest of children and parks and quality of life and so forth, and the environment was truly at the heart of this. Maybe there are a few holes. My questions and concerns on enforcement stand. I think we can flesh that out a little bit, and I hope that if this is something that it's to me, it feels like we're in support of this, but there's a little more work to do. And so with that, though, I hope we will really take that to heart. The word table scares me just a bit because I want to make sure that this does come back around and that we do, if we're going to say this deserves more time and we want to flesh some things out and we want to learn a bit more, I want all of us to make sure that we're doing that. And if it's making some changes to the ordinance, that process is seen through and that we're being respectful of that and making sure that we're all doing such. And whether that is fleshed out at the retreat or however best to do that appropriately so we're not causing any Brown Act violations, then I'm sure our city attorney can help us with that. But I think it's important to note that there's support, but there's, I guess, still some room for some additional language or maybe some clarification and so forth. All right, so with that, we have a substitute motion currently on the table with a motion and a second.
A roll call vote. Councilmember Muñoton?
Are we voting for this ordinance or
This is for the substitute motion to
bring it back.
postpone it for 6 months.
Oh, no.
Councilmember Dovin?
Yes.
Councilmember Tran?
Yes.
Mayor Klopfenstein?
Yes.
Councilmember Aristegui?
No.
And Mayor Pro Tem Brightingham?
Yes.
Motion carries with 4 yes votes, and Councilmembers Muñoton and Councilmember Aristegui voting no.
All right, that takes us on, now my voice is, that takes us on to item 20, ordinances presented for second reading.
Item 20 is second reading and adoption of ordinance number 2973, adding chapter 2.65 to the municipal code to enact standards for public hearing notices and other city communications, entitled An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Garden Grove, adding chapter 2.65 to title 2 of the Garden Grove Municipal Code, enacting standards for public hearing notices and other city communications.
This is second reading of the ordinance. It's up to the city council if you want to report or just.
I'm good to move it.
Second.
I'll call for the vote.
Motion received, 6 yes votes.
All right, we will go down to matters. 1 second. I lost my place. Okay, we'll start in District 1.
We had a couple callers, speakers talking about parking issues, and it keeps coming up. And over the years, and I know Stephanie's been a part of the discussions, and it goes back even before I got on the council, and we had looked at different parking remedies. Staff was really, really resistant to parking permits, and they always have been. And honestly, I think it's at the point where we need to act as a dais and start considering parking permits like other cities are doing. Predominantly in our really impacted areas, we had a gentleman speaking, you know, and his neighborhood was once really, really bad neighborhood, and Garden Grove Police and city staff and the council people and whatnot have all worked tirelessly for decades, and that place is a lot nicer. And we have one parking area that's permit parking in our city. It's in my district. And it hasn't been enforced in 40 years. It was passed back in the early 60s. And so 4 years ago, a little over 4 years ago, we created a parking task force, a parking group of 8 parking officers. That was our full-time job. And we were told it was going to be a pilot program for a year, and we were going to get a report. We never got that report. And to my knowledge, I don't think we have any parking people anymore. We got the problem around the Anaheim Center up there. It's constant. We got the problems in Ariana's district. We got the problems in Yesenia's district. We got the problem in Joe's district. We got the problem in Cindy's district. And I've got problems too. Not as bad as you guys, but we still have problems with parking. And I think it's time that we just make a concerted effort as a dais and decide if we're going to go down that road with permits. Because I know staff has always been resistant. They don't want to do it. It's going to create work. It's going to cost money. We're going to need staff. But is that a road we want to go down? And so I would love to get insight from you guys. If you could text me, call me, email me, whatever, let me know your thoughts. It's not on the agenda, so we can talk about it. It's not a Brown Act violation. I'm not putting it on the agenda either. So unless I want to hear from all you folks and what you think. Do you think it's time that we do this or not? I think the community keeps speaking in volumes. They want it. They want it in the poor neighborhoods. They want it in the middle class neighborhoods. They want it in the rich neighborhoods. They want parking enforcement in this city, and we don't have it. And quite frankly, it's inappropriate to task the PD with it. I'd love to see that pilot program report. I've yet to see it. It's been 4 years, I think, maybe longer. Never got it. Never heard. We had some really good officers assigned to it too. And quite frankly, just thinking out loud here, could it be parking and park? Kill 2 birds with 1 stone? You know? I mean, just throwing that out there. So please, folks, if you don't mind, in the next 2 weeks, I'm going to go on a cruise. I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be on a cruise. But when I get back, I'm going to read all your emails, and I want to hear from all of you. Please, just give me your thoughts. If, hey, George, you're full of crap. I don't want to get involved. Fine. Let me know. That's all I want to know where you guys stand on this. So yeah, and quite frankly, staff, can I get that report? Been asking for it for years now. And I'm sure everybody else would love to see that. How was it effective? What were the pros? What were the cons? We had 8 really solid people. What happened to them? Are they still working for the city? I don't know. The other thing I want to discuss, and you know, we've got a lot of changes in the national economic scene. A new Fed chair. There's going to be some obvious lowering of rates going on here in the next year or two. Do we need, and we really need Patricia Song's input on this, do we need to revise our investment policy as a city? That's something that we really need to look into right now with all the changes going on, all the impacts, a new tariff-based economy, and we know we're going to be eliminating a lot of taxation, at least at the federal level. So how's that going to impact our investments, and do we need to relook at our investment policy? So I'd like to hear from Patricia if she has any insights on that. She's our guru on this stuff, and I really take her advice to heart. So I'd like to hear from her as to what she thinks, if we need to revisit that investment policy as a dais or not. And with that being said, I'm done. Thank you.
I feel like a lot of great
Mayor?
retreat topics as well.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be
Yeah,
real
if we-
tired at that retreat, so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just so that we stay in compliance with the Brown Act, please don't send your comments to Councilmember Wrightingham. Save them for when we have it on the agenda, so write yourselves notes. And do you want this agendized for your next meeting or for March?
I don't want it agendized because I want it to be not a Brown Act. The Brown Act specifically says you can only discuss not agendized items. Well, it's not agendized, then we can discuss it. So, I mean, that's what the law says, Omar. Now, you can correct me if the interpretation is wrong or
No,
not.
the
but-
law says that if it's not agendized, you cannot discuss it outside of a public meeting.
So how do I get my crystal ball out and know what's going to be agendized 6 months from now or a year from now?
No. I'm only talking about the parking permit issue. If
Oh, no,
if
no,
you want to
no.
hear what
Oh,
the
I
rest
see.
of the council members,
I just want to
think
know
about-
if they would be inclined to look down that road and their thoughts on it. I know everybody's made discussions about it. I know Ariana's had issues with it, and I know Joe's had issues. Cindy's had. Yeah, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, if you can provide your feedback directly to me, and
Alright.
staff will provide a communication to the council. Would that be sufficient? And then from that, I'll seek additional direction on how council would like me to proceed in terms of additional staffing, resources to conduct further research on your behalf.
Yeah, and to comply with the Brown Act, it'll be an agendized item when the city manager reports back to you.
All right. Thanks for the clarification. So we can still discuss barbecue. All right. And with that being said, I'm done.
Have a great vacation.
I feel so honored sitting next to you. All the things that you discussed, thank you so much for sharing. I want to try to be really quick. The same thing as usual, the event that went through coming up and the issue that we're working on in my district. First, congratulations to the Chamber of Commerce. They have a couple events, the Chamber of Women and the next networking. So for businesses out there, if you want to make contact with other business and get the support, please contact our Chamber of Commerce. It was amazing event. Myself, I got to see the business in our city, but also Chamber of Commerce from other city. And I also got some network with other people too. I know our mayor and other council member, Adriana, was there. So great job. Second, congratulations to David group. This is the first time they have the Vietnamese contest in Garden Grove City. And the event went successfully. So congrats to the chairman, Thầy George Vũ Hoàng, and the principal, or also the person in charge of the event, Cô Trâm Anh Huỳnh. Next, I know that one of the speakers talked about the for blood drive for Lemon family. I know the family, the grandkids, the mom, and etc. But I couldn't donate. Plus, the story I shared with the council last time that I almost passed out or whatever. I did pass out for a long time, just waiting for water. So I was not able to donate blood, but I did invite other friends to come and support. OC Food Bank event on Martin Luther King Day. That was amazing. Thanks to the OC Food Bank, OC Action Partnership for having the event on a holiday. Our mayor was the first one welcome people to Garden Grove. I was the second one for the second shift. And because of that, I went to council member Yesenia event clean up at the park was late, but I was able to kind of highlight and interview her. So sorry I couldn't, do the cleaning. I would love to, but I was not able to. And then the third shift, council member Ariana and I was there because I thought it was very meaningful, and I also brought a priest and a couple people to come and do something for our Garden Grove City. So that's the event I went to. The one that's coming up, we talk about Flower Street Festival. Please come and join us. You would be, for all residents out there, you would be able to take beautiful picture with real flower, but also learn a little bit more about the Vietnamese culture. The day gonna be February 13th, 13, 14, and 15 on Main Street. Second event is the Lunar New Year event. I'm still asking or looking for volunteer, but at the same time, if you come, you're gonna get the red envelope with money, lucky money on that. Also, there will be game, bingo, and wear beautiful clothes, taking pictures. So come and join us. We'll see me there. Next is the Orange County Optima gonna do a health fair event in our city. They have done all the city, but this is the first time that they actually want to do it here. And they did reach out to me and mayor, so we're gonna talk more about that. This event gonna be in May. More information gonna come. Last for that topic is, I know the last couple council meeting I talked about the holiday decoration, so I'm looking forward to our staff to provide some input, and probably maybe the mayor could pick the top 5. So I want to say thank to our Costco. Today I went there and they gave me $100 for one of the winner. $200 from IKEA, $300 from Jimmy Law Firm, and then the $500 from one of the business in our city. Next one is the issue that I'm working on. The last couple of days, I got called about homeless issue, which is like the story that we could never have enough time to talk about. But thanks to our staff, could I have the picture on the screen, please? Before and after. I wonder if we could share that. So this is what you see before our staff came. Thanks to Surgeon Choi for helping with this. You see that a lot of trash at DC, right in BC business area at the Bosa and Bussar. So the business owner called, and then could you please go to the next screen? Right after our staff did it, or our SRT. So thank you so much for doing that. The day after, I did walk around and talk to the businesses around there. So right now, for the next couple of weeks, I'm gonna walk to the business in my district and see, if you need help, please let us know. Thank you for sharing the picture. The other issue is pickleball. So back to the city or leave a footprint, please contact our staff or our city manager. We would be able. Today, we heard a couple of the speakers say amazing about trailer way. So, and on broadcast. So if direction, and so people come, they see one side is the yard, and then he guessed, right? 100 years old, and he talked about his life of service and support, giving to the community. He was a Navy veteran, but I am a Navy veteran, so it just made me so happy about that, seeing the great people in our city. And then the other couple other speakers, like the Americana Award, while I went to Cyber College. So everything tonight was just great. And I want to say thank to my council member here for sharing your feedback. Sometimes the thing that we discuss, we do have the kind of review with council member. A lot of time I don't ask the same question that I already asked staff, or staff already provide me information to save time. But that does, sometimes it's important for the public to see the thing that we discuss. So actually it's encouraged me to do it more next time. So instead of asking the staff, they answer the question, but the public want to hear that too. So last but not least, wishing council member Philip get well soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. It was a pleasure to recognize the students from An Giang. And thank you to Consul General Kim, who was Deputy Mayor of An Giang, who served with our very good friend, Mayor Choi Deho. And I look forward to him visited. He did visit Garden Grove here before. We welcome any delegation from An Giang and our sister city. And hopefully, our new council here will get a chance to visit An Giang. I do wish the best on every exchanges, and thank you for the chaperone who was here and all the ambassadors. So that was a joy to host a reception for them here today. And thank you to Gigi USD Board of Trustee. They came out, all of the trustees that we know, they were here with us celebrating the student exchange delegation from Anyang. So that was a real good times with them. And we, of course, celebrate people in Garden Grove who set the standards. I don't think any of us here can be 100 years young, but let's hope that it can happen for more people in our city. I talked a lot about budget tonight because we have a constricting budget. We don't have a surplus. We will have to fall back on our emergency funds if we're spending $500,000 every council meeting. This is what we spend tonight. We voted expenditures more than $500,000. So if I'm a little bit sensitive to how we spend our funds, I think the taxpayers understand where I'm coming from. Now, enforcement, any ordinance that will be enforced comes at a cost. Comes at a cost. For people who's gonna smoke and get a citation, that's a tax on smokers. I don't like taxation without representation. We fought a revolutionary war over that. I don't want any taxation without representation. Now, I want people who are on the other side of this ordinance that we discussed tonight to show up and speak up. You got 6 months to do it. And if you don't do it, and the council votes it up, then you're gonna lose some civil rights. And that's on you. I heard one person tonight, and I heard more than a dozen who's in support of the ordinance. So you're outnumbered. And when Philip Nguyen gets back here and he weighs in, he just might vote it up. But I gotta look out for everybody, and especially for the city's budget. We gotta find the money to pay for everything that we just expended. Well, who's gonna do that? The city manager. It falls on her, and the finance division director, Patricia Song, who was here tonight also, who our Mayor Pro Tem mentioned. We need to have her weigh in. Where are we gonna find the money for all these ordinances? And then we're giving people waivers. I'm not against Flower Street. I've had multiple nonprofits come in front of the city and in front of the city manager asking for waivers. We're gonna set a precedent where people are gonna ask for a waiver before it even is a cost that they cannot borne out. That's why I voted no. I would have rather bring it back after the fact, and they've shown us that they couldn't afford it because the sponsorship couldn't borne the cost. We can't preempt people going into debt because they can't afford to run an event. If you can't afford to hold an event, don't hold it. Some organization has chosen to not have their event because they couldn't afford it. They find other venues and they find other ways. And that's just good economics. That doesn't mean we're chasing people away or not creating the condition. We welcome everybody, but you've got to succeed on your own strength and not fall back on the taxpayers. I'm not here to protect any nonprofit. I'm not here to protect any profit business interest. I'm here to protect the residents' interest, which I represent. And that means I'm going to spend every dime like it's the last dime we have. So I want transparency, I want accountability, and I want responsibility. That's just good practice for any city government or any government in general. We have the federal government spreading us into debt. We got government shutdown looming. Why? Because we got elected politicians who are wasting our taxpayers' money. And I ain't gonna be one of those politicians. So no waivers. No taxation without representation. And If I can help it, I will not trigger lawsuits against our city, which is very expensive. And we have lost ACLU lawsuits before. Yes, we have. And we don't want to have to fight them off. I don't want anybody to be stuck with sticker shock and buyer's remorse because you voted up an ordinance that you can't afford to pay for the enforcement. I love our police department. They're doing a great job. Doesn't mean we have to keep adding burdens and upon them so that their resources are stretched thin, because their resources are our resources and we need to protect it. And if that means we deliberate so we can have broader discussion and more people weighing in, let's do that. That's just good practice. That's what I'm here for. I'm the guy who called for Freedom Street. The guy who calls for Freedom Street ain't gonna curtail anybody's civil liberty, period. And I welcome Councilwoman Cindy Tran, District 3, to have Woodbury also added as Freedom Street because they connected by way of Brookhurst. They're on either side of Brookhurst. One is on the west side, which is her district, and the other part, trailers, on the east side, my district. And if we can have that come together, we can really celebrate as a city for everybody. Freedom, tous all, libertad. At least those three languages. And we can celebrate every year. We can hold events there because there are malls and businesses and residents who would support that. So that's our first option. Doesn't mean that's our only option. And city staff's doing a great job researching other options, which I'm very happy. I'd rather have freedom than no freedom, whether it's this street or that street. Give me an alley. I'll take it. Why? That's all we ask for as refugees and immigrants who come to this great country for what? For freedom. Even if it's in an alley, we'll take it. Because we didn't have it where we came from. And we will build it up. 50 years from now, 100 years from now, people are going to look back and say, hey, that alley, not just an alley anymore. It's a symbol. It's a symbol of the love for freedom that we have. And that should unite us. So any curtailing of civil liberty sends a chilling effect down my spine, and it should send a chilling effect down your spine. I ain't going to vote it without batting an eye, without pushing back, without having an open dialogue hours long. Because we're going down a slippery slope if we vote that up. Yeah? What's next? Mayor Pro Tem already mentioned what can be next. I don't know if I want to go there. But let's give it a chance. We'll get a chance at it again. We could have voted down tonight. Would you prefer that? We have 4 votes to vote it down, but we didn't. Because we gave it 6 months so we get more information, more report. We just voted up $180,000 for 6 months of security in the parks. Let's see what they come back with. Let's hear more from our officers. Let's have our police chief weigh in. Let's hear from the public, more from the public. Give them 6 months so they can come and talk about it. And if they don't want to talk about it, and the ordinance passes, tough luck. I don't want to give anybody tough luck, but that's what's going to be. Wake up, dress up, show up, speak up. If you don't, exert your rights, you shall lose it. There are other people who are just willing to take away your rights on account of health, safety, and morals. They'll do it. And that's the kind of country I came from. That's not the kind of country I find here, and I don't want to live in that kind of country. Nah. I left that country to come here for freedom. Thank you for hearing me out.
Good evening, everyone. Just 2 items tonight. I want to take a moment to thank everyone who came out to support the MLK Day of Service at Hastur Basin Park, to all of the youth and parents who's, to all of the youth and parents who showed up, volunteered their time, and helped to make the day meaningful. Thank you. It was truly inspiring to see our community come together in service. Can you believe we had over 40 people come out to support? That was amazing. I want to thank my colleagues, Ariana, for coming out and getting her hands dirty, even though she wasn't feeling in her best. And thank you as well to Cindy for coming out and for including me in her social media video. It was a great way to highlight the positive work happening in our city. I'd also like to thank OC Parks and Supervisor Vicente Sarmiento for their support and for helping supply our staff and volunteers. That partnership made a real difference. Looking ahead, for Earth Day, I plan to host another park cleanup in District 5, and I would love to have the support and involvement of our city's own Public Works and Parks team. All that would be needed for the city are basic supplies like trash bags, pickup tools, and gloves. This is not something that is This is not something I anticipate being determinantal to our city budget. I'll be adding this on my agenda when I meet with the city manager, and I look forward to continuing these collaborative efforts that strengthen our parks and our community. I also want to take a moment to share that earlier today I had a great time meeting the students from Anyang, Republic of Korea. It was as part of the 37th annual Garden Grove Sister City Exchange Program. During the welcome reception, it was a wonderful opportunity to connect with students and to celebrate the long-standing partnership between our cities. Thank you to everyone involved in making the exchange possible, and I hope our visitors have a great time. That is all for me. Thank you.
Hi, everyone, and once again, I apologize. The Dayquil is wearing off, so I'm sorry I'm coughing. And thank you, Councilmember Muñetón, for having me at Hastur Basin. As you guys know, we have the only park that we have in District 6 is currently undergoing a major remodel, so I appreciate you including me in those cleanup efforts. Hastur Basin Park is a park that I grew up visiting a lot. Back when it was Twin Lakes Park, so it's a place that's close to my heart. So I thank you so much for your very gracious invitation to collaborate on this event. And I look forward to this becoming truly a tradition that we can continue doing going forward. I want to thank all the folks that came and spoke today. We had Pastor Michelle from Living Springs Church, which I actually had the opportunity to visit recently, and visit their wonderful community garden. I know they have some beds opening up there at their community garden. So if you're interested in a plot, I would definitely recommend reaching out to the folks at Living Springs Church. It is beautiful, and any support that they can get towards these kinds of projects as well from the community would be greatly appreciated. So thank you, Pastor Michelle. I also want to thank our young resident, Mr. Mejia, who came from the Buena Clinton neighborhood. We've been having these conversations over the years about the issues with parking, and I appreciate, George, your eagerness to engage in a dialogue about this, because it's a delicate situation, and we come into this with these laws already having been established, so we have to have a conversation with the history of our city and why these laws were implemented in the first place, and see if these things are still necessary now. And I also want to just commend the fact that it's a young person that's coming to speak to us, and we always want to make sure that we're welcoming of young people. To Mr. Mejia's point, though, he mentioned some potential short-term solutions that could maybe be useful. He also reached out to us by email. Things like making sure that there's good signage, that the curbs are properly painted, things like that, right? So if we could take a look into what are some immediate solutions that we could use to help the residents in that area, make sure that they're informed about when enforcement is going to be coming in to monitor the streets so they know where exactly, what areas really you cannot park in, things like that. I think that would be really helpful for the community. And also, Mr. Mejia emailed us and asked how we could go forward with a parking or traffic study. And I think we have so many residents that come to us and they ask us like, well, why can't we just have parking here? And so I think it would be very beneficial for our residents to know what are tangible steps that they can take if they want to really investigate these issues and get data and information about their community. George, I appreciate that you brought up the pilot study. When Mr. Mejia reached out to me, I started looking up, I remember we had a SCAG study that we did at one point, a SCAG survey, and I wasn't able to locate it online. So in addition to the pilot report, I hope that, Lisa, if you could please send us the consultant, if that is something that can be made available to us, so that we also have a good idea, because it's not just Martin Luther King Jr. weekend. As Cindy mentioned, we were at the food bank, and I just want to continue to volunteer in the community. Community Action Partnership is such a wonderful, reliable member of our local Garden Grove community. They're here in Garden Grove, and if you have some time, go check out their website. They always have volunteer shifts open, and trust me, you'll feel really good about it after you're done. Unless you were carrying the boxes, then you might feel a little tired, but it's the feeling in your heart that counts. My last update is with regards to a trip to Sacramento that I was able to make with the League of California Cities in support of Senate Bill 490, which is sponsored by our Senator Tom Umberg. My part of the city still is represented by Senator Umberg. Most of you guys are represented by Senator Strickland. I only have him for a little skosh, but the rest of it is Senator Umberg. And I'm really glad that we had the opportunity to testify with regards to the oversight of recovery homes and sober living facilities, and making sure that we have more options as to how to regulate them for the well-being of their residents that receive care, but also for the well-being of our local communities. Because I know it gets really frustrating when residents are concerned about potential bad actors, and they try to reach out to us as the city, they try to reach out to the county, they try to reach out to the California Department of Health, and there's no real accountability or real method of making sure that even the people that made the initial request or incident report get any follow-up. So I'm really glad to say that the Senate Committee on Health voted unanimously to push this along to the next phase of legislation, the next step of the legislative process, and I'm really hopeful that that this bill is going to be successful, as it allows us to have a little bit more to be able to say to our own residents, right? Because we had a resident come in from my district, and he was really frustrated, and sadly we could only tell him, we're sorry, it's out of our jurisdiction, but I'm really glad I was able to go and speak on behalf of our concerns, to make sure that the folks in Sacramento know that this is an issue that we want to make sure gets addressed. So happy to report that, and happy for more opportunities to continue to advocate for our cities, even in Sacramento, about the issues that may not be within our jurisdiction right now, but hopefully can empower other folks that work with us to have a little bit more ability to respond to those issues. So with that, that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Just a few quick things. Again, our Sister City Association, we're in our 37th year of sharing our sister cities and inviting students from Anyang, South Korea here to Garden Grove. And then our students will travel to South Korea, I believe, during spring break. And it's wonderful. They are exploring Southern California and Garden Grove. They were at our city hall earlier today, and then we had a lovely reception this evening for them. This is just such a wonderful goodwill program, and we have our Strawberry Stomp, which helps to fundraise for the Sister City program coming up at the same time as our Strawberry Festival. So it's just a wonderful program. I had the opportunity to travel to Anyang in South Korea. Cindy Tran and Joe Dovin were part of that delegation, and what an incredible time we had. So this program, obviously, it's lasted the test of time, 37 years. That's quite an accomplishment, and I see this going on for forever, really, because it's just such a wonderful thing that we have here in the city, and really appreciate our partnerships and all that we learn from each other. I too celebrated MLK at the food bank with Community Action Partnerships. We are very, very fortunate to have them in the city of Garden Grove. And if you feel like you're looking for opportunities to give back, they're a great place to start. Mark Lowry and his team, they'll put you to work. But you will, as Ariana said, you will feel really good about yourself and just know that you're helping to make a difference. I was able to get my 14-year-old to attend fairly early in the morning, so I consider that a victory. And she actually really enjoyed herself, so it was great. Gotta start them young on giving back and being of service. And it also made me think about Bea Jones, who came this evening to speak. She's sort of a historian in her own right. She's come to council meetings in the past to celebrate and highlight Black History Month. She has taught and shared her culture and her story with the community many, many times. I've known her and her family actually all of my life. If you can believe it, she was my T-ball coach many, many years ago. I was probably like 4. And so they're a wonderful family. And as I said, she's just kind of a treasure here in Garden Grove. And we appreciate her sharing her story and sharing Black History Month and the events during February with all of us. And one last thing, George wanted me to mention, the West Garden Grove Youth Baseball Parade is coming up. That will be February 7th. The parade's in the morning. It is such a wonderful hometown parade, just to see all the kids out, the little ones in their baseball uniforms, parading down the street. Obviously, myself, George, and some of us attend that parade. We get to ride in Model T cars, and it culminates with all the teams getting together and cheering each other on and being excited for the start of their baseball season. So, wonderful community event. Hope to see many of you there. Thank you so much. And with that, I'll turn it over to City Manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council. First, I just wanted to extend my heartfelt thank you for the extension of my contract. This coming April will be 10 years with the city, and it's progressed and transformed my career path, and I'm forever grateful and thankful to serve our beautiful city of Garden Grove. So thank you so much. Today was also the first day of the point-in-time count, and I do want to extend my thanks to the SRT team who went out and supported the county during this effort. And over the next few months, my goal is to, obviously, at the conclusion of the report that the county will prepare, we will provide an update to the council on all the homeless resources that we have lifted over the last couple of years, and hopefully our numbers continue to decline given the robust homeless resources that the council has supported over the years. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney?
Nothing from me. Thank you.
All right. With that, we stand adjourned.